You'll be bowling to Abijay Mansing. First delivery. Good delivery outside the off stump by Cottrell. Through to wicket keeper Harris. So let's look at the field for Sheldon Cottrell. There's a slip. There's a short third man. There's a gully. There's a point. There's cover. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a straightish mid wicket. And a mid off in the Scorpion opener, Tevin Gilzine. So it's going to be Cottrell to continue. Good delivery on the line of off stump. Abijay Mansing leave this one outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper Harris. And the score remains at no run for no wicket. Very first over been bowled by Sheldon Cottrell. Beautiful morning here at SABINA Park for cricket. He just joining us. Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning and elected to field. Excellent line been employed so far by Sheldon Cottrell. 4 prong pace attack by the Jamaica Defence Force team. JDF welcomes back Leighton Leslie, former Jamaica Defence Force captain. Is at the deep backward square leg boundary. You're not seeing him on the camera just now. Good delivery, wrapping the paddle low. The appeal is given. Sheldon Cottrell strikes. Abijay Mansing goes. And look at the famous salute of the sergeant. So the first Melbourne wicket goes down. And no run on the board. Sheldon Cottrell in his normal fashion salutes. And Abijay Mansing have to go back to the pavilion. He faced 3 deliveries. Haven't registered a single. So Melbourne is in trouble. There are no run on the board and 1 wicket. That's a start Jamaica Defence Force wanted. First 3 deliveries from Sheldon Cottrell just on the line of off stump. Abijay Mansing opted to leave those deliveries. And then the 4th delivery, bang on target. Good start by the defending champions, the Jamaica Defence Force team. So the new batsman seemed to be Brian Brown. Now a decent competition thus far, Brown. But at the moment, Sheldon Cottrell removing Abijay Mansing without scoring. Skip for Kevin Daly. Put in another slip. So there's 2 slip, a gully, a point cover, a straightish mid wicket, a mid off, and a deep backward square leg for Brian Brown. So it's going to be Cottrell to continue to Brown. Good delivery on the line of leg stump. Squared up was Brian Brown. Ball check is out to another Brian. But this time Gordon Brian, not Gully. And there is no run. The score, there's no run on the board so far. And a wicket to the sergeant, Sheldon Cottrell. Excellent over thus far from the big man. Wearing the number 19 jersey. Short delivery this time Brown looking to turn that one to the onside. And there is no run. Jamaican Scorpion opening batsman Gilzine does the fielding. So at the end of the first over, wicket maiden to Sheldon Cottrell. Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning, and quite rightly so, elected to field. Abijay Mansingh was chopped leg before by Sheldon Cottrell. He went without scoring. And the new bowler from our commentary box end is Tyrone Burton. So as I look at the figure for the experienced Cottrell, one over, one maiden, one wicket to his name, Cottrell. So the bowler, Tyrone Burton, with the number 7 jersey in his back. Very agile bowler. Very agitated bowler is Burton. Skipper locked it to go with a slip. A short third man in a catching position. And there's a gully. There's backward point. There's cover. There's mid-on. And there's mid-off. And a deep backward square leg for Tyrone Burton. Left arm seam bowler. Wide ball down the leg side. And wide signal by umpire Chris Wright. I beg your pardon, Chris Taylor. And quite rightly so. A badly line delivery on the part of Tyrone Burton. Early on the competition, Melbourne got the better of the Jamaica Defence Force team. This is a final here at SABINA Park. This time, easy by Kimani Wilson, just stabbing that ball in front of point and chatters through for a single. So the first run on the board for the Melbourne cricket team. And Kimani Wilson, the young wicketkeeper batsman, who's also in the Jamaican setup, gets off the mark, facing his first delivery. So 2 for 1. If you're just joining us, Abijay Mansingh was chopped leg before of the bowling of Sheldon Cottrell. He went without scoring. So Brian Brown is in strike to the left arm seam bowler in Tyrone Burton. Good delivery this time, but not carrying through to wicketkeeper Harris. But well done in the hand by this young wicketkeeper. So the big fellow in Dennis Bolai is at first slip. Goalie is Gordon Bryan. Youngster in Weir. Point. Captain Kevin Daly at cover. And the Scorpion opener Gilzine at mid-off. Good delivery this time. And a sloppy bit of work on the path of Gordon Bryan allows Brown to get off the mark. So the score is 3 for 1. And we're in the second over being bowled by Tyrone Burton, the left arm seam bowler. Wonderful morning here at SABINA Park. If you're just joining us, Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning and sent Melbourne, of course, to bat first. It's going to be Burton to Wilson. Shot delivery, nicely played by Kimani Wilson. Their crosser one, will they think about the second? No, they decided against it. Youngster in only Weir coming off the deep backward square leg boundary to prevent any chance whatsoever for second run. So the score is up to 4 for 1. And we're in the second over, being bowled by Burton. Tyrone Burton so far in this competition, 7 wickets to his name. So Kimani Wilson got a hit on his left finger by Tyrone Burton. So that's why his gloves is off. So Burton to Brown. Driving outside the off, some no contact through to wicketkeeper Ryan Harris. Decent delivery there on the path of Burton. As I mentioned before, 7 wickets so far in the competition. The left arm seam bowler from the Jamaica Defence Force team. Very agile bowler, very determined bowler, if you want to call him. Works very hard on his game is Tyrone Burton. Just haven't reaped the reward he had wanted thus far. Good delivery outside the off stump. Brown not interested. So at the end of the second over, after being asked to bat Melbourne, after 2 overs, they are 4 for 1. So Sheldon Cottrell will be continuing. Will be bowling to Kimani Wilson, the young wicketkeeper batter. Got the most dismissal in the T10 League completed a few months ago. So he's a decent enough cricketer. But at the moment, Cottrell. There's a slip for Cottrell in Dennis Bolai. Saunders at short third man. And there's Colin Bryan. Where is at point? Captain Kevin Daly is at cover. And the Scorpion opener Gilzine at mid-off. Dietmar Anderson is at mid-on. And Leighton Leslie coming back to play these crucial finals. Good delivery this time by Cottrell. So only stroke out to cover. Skipper Kevin Daly moving across his right to prevent any chance whatsoever for single. So the score remains at 4 for 1. We're in the third over being bowled by the experienced Sheldon Cottrell. Kimani Wilson so far look very compact. Short delivery. My word. Wicketkeeper Ryan Harris. Let's wait on the signal of Chris Taylor. Buys the signal, but the ball was very, very short. And wicketkeeper Ryan Harris just pushed up one hand trying to pluck it out of the air. And that's a bye to the Melbourne total. Just push the total up to 5 for 1. And we're in the third over. Cottrell so far 1 wicket for no run in the second over. Excellent on the part of Cottrell. Good delivery this time on the line of off stump. Brian Brown equal to the task. Plays this one out to cover. Captain Daly is in the way. And there is no run. So the score remains at 5 for 1. A brilliant morning here at SABINA Park. Wide ball down the leg side this time by Cottrell. And immediately apologizing to his teammates. So the score is up to 7 for 1. Beautiful morning. Sunny morning here at beautiful venue here at SABINA Park. Full delivery this time. Brian Brown looking to drive that ball. 2 footers together there. Beating for some pace there was Cottrell. So Cottrell so far 1 wicket, 2 runs, just 1 delivery remaining in the second. Abijay Mansingh, the only batter to dismiss. He went without scoring in the first over. 4th delivery of the first over to Sheldon Cottrell. Full delivery on the line of the leg stump this time by Cottrell. So completes the third. So at the end of 3 overs, Melbourne, after lost the toss and were sent into bat, they're 7 for 1. As you can see, a young wicket keeper, Kimani Wilson, getting some assistance to the delivery that hit him on his hand from the left-arm seam bowler in Tyrone Burton. So you look at the bowling figures for Cottrell, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs, 1 wicket. Burton just the 1 overs, no maiden, 4 runs, and no wicket. So after 3 overs, Melbourne are 7 for 1. So Melbourne, with a lot of depth in their batting. Melbourne welcomes Andre McCarthy back in their lineup. Scored 100 in that quarterfinals game against Manchester. Burton to Wilson. This time Wilson is tucking the ball nicely towards the onside. The cross for 1. Will they think about the second? No. Good aggressive work by O'Neill Weir coming off the deep backward square leg boundary to prevent any chance whatsoever for second run. So the score is up to 8 for 1. Burton so far none for 5 in his second. Bring Brian Brown back in strike. Brown just a 1 run from 10 deliveries thus far. There's a slip in place. There's a third man. There's a gully. There's point. There's cover. There's mid on. There's mid off. And a short fine leg for Brown. Full delivery. Beaten outside the off stump was Brian Brown. I tell you what, Brown not pushing any way forward. Just playing from his crease. That was a full delivery there, Sean. And Burton will want to knock over Brown this over. But at the other hand, Brian Brown, 1 from 11 deliveries so far, just looking to get a start here. His pitch looked very nice to bat on. It's going to be Burton to Brown. Short delivery, steering this one easily and elegantly down to third man. Cottrell is in the way, so just another single to the Melbourne total, which pushed the total up to 9 for 1. After 3.5 overs so far on this Melbourne innings. Kimani Wilson so far 3 from 5 deliveries, and Brian Brown just a 2 from 12 deliveries. Run rate so far 2.57. It's going to be Tyrone Burton to Kimani Wilson. Body line delivered down the leg side. And wide signal by umpire Chris Taylor. And quite rightly so. Body line delivery on the path of Tyrone Burton. If you look at the field for Tyrone Burton to the right-handed Kimani Wilson, there's a slip in place. There's a short third man in a catching position. There's a gully. There's point. There's mid off. There's mid on. There's deep backward square leg. There's fine leg. And a man just in front of square. So it's going to be Burton to Kimani Wilson. Full delivery outside the off. So Wilson not interested. And through to wicketkeeper Harris. And the score remains at 10 for 1. Very, very balanced game thus far between these two teams. Jamaica Defence Force, the defending champions. And Melbourne, of course, won the competition back in 2018, if I'm not wrong there, Sean. So two good consistent teams thus far in the competition. Short delivery, good delivery this time by Burton, beating Kimani Wilson outside the off stump. Excellent on the path of the left arm seam bowler in Burton. He's really pumped his Burton. Jamaica Defence Force opted to go with 4 pace pramp attack. You will see Gordon Bryan a bit later. And of course, Leighton Leslie, former Jamaica Defence Force captain. So Jamaica Defence Force pack with bowling here, Sean. And of course, Dennis Bolai. Very, very experienced players indeed. What's it going to be? Burton. Going to wrap in the pot, a load appeal. Burton celebrates, it's gone. Look at the celebration of Tyrone Burton. And my word, Melbourne is in a spot of butter here. They're 10 for 2, and Tyrone Burton strikes in the second over. So the 2 left arm pace of upcourt Cam strikes. I would like to see this on the replay here. Kimani Wilson not happy with the decision of umpire Chris Taylor, but I would like to see this on the replay. So Melbourne lost their second wicket with a score on 10 for 2. The new batsman seemed to be Sadiki Henry. Sadiki Henry joins the crease to join Brian Brown. So Tyrone Burton picking up the wicket with a final delivery in a second. Trapped Kimani Wilson leg before. He went for 3. So Jamaica Defence Force slightly ahead. Two openers back in the profile and to the 2 left arm seam bowlers of the Jamaica Defence Force team. So Cottrell will be bowling his 3rd over, and he will be bowling to Brown. Short delivery. Wide signal. That was atrocious delivery on the part of Cottrell. And wide signal by umpire Chris Wright. And quite rightly so. So the score is up to 11. 11 for 2, and we're in over number 5. So there's a slip for Cottrell. There's a gully. There's point. There's cover. There's a straightish mid-wicket. There's deep backward square leg, and there's mid-off. Short delivery this time. Well leaved by Brown and through to wicket keeper Harris. Jamaica Defence Force team pumped at the moment. Haven't gotten 2 openers very cheaply. Brings Sadiq Henry. A very good cricketer is Henry. Cool character. Remember that youngster playing for Wolmer's, scored a few hundred for Wolmer's. Good delivery outside the off stump. Brian Brown not interested. Leave this one alone through to wicketkeeper Harris. And the score remains at 11 for 2. So Cottrell will be continuing to Brown. Short delivery. Well left on the path of Brown. Knowing that his team lost their 2 openers pretty cheaply, he won't be tempted to play loose shots outside the off stump. And Cottrell realized that and forcing Brown to play shots. But Brown on the other hand, equal to the task, not interested. So Cottrell 1 for 3 so far in his third. Short delivery. This one is tapped nicely. And God, Brian diving away to his left. Excellent on the part of Jamaican Scorpion. Fast bowler God Brian. You'll see him, Brian, in action shortly. There's Leslie. There's Dennis Bolai. And also Captain Kevin Daly. The last game he played in the semi-finals, he got 7 wickets. Good delivery, beaten outside the off stump was Brian Brown. Through to wicketkeeper Harris. We didn't call it cleanly, but no harm done. The score remains at 11 for 2. So Cottrell, 1 delivery remaining in his third. 1 for 3. Good delivery this time. Is forcing down one out to point across for 1. Will they think about the second? Good, excellent work on the part of Leighton Leslie. Limits the batters to just a single. So at the end of the 5th over, Melbourne, after lost the toss and were sent into bat, they are 12 for 2. Run rate is 2.4. I say welcome to Sean Grant in our commentary box. Good morning to you, Sean.
Good morning to you, Mr. Pinnock. So good morning to everyone across the globe for this Jamaica Cricket Association Limited Overs Final. All Island, you may say. Jamaica Defence Force, they are the defending champions. Had 1 blemish on their record this season in 2023, and the blemish has been Melbourne. So Burton, we're bowling to the left-hander. Slow delivery though, faced so far. As Brown playing the ball on the offside. Well, these two teams met earlier this season. It was Melbourne who came out on top. In fact, Melbourne is the unbeaten team in this final. And the Jamaica Defence Force with 1 loss under their belt against Melbourne. So you'd think, though, that Melbourne comes into this final with a psychological advantage. Burton once again from the Michael Holding end in front of the George Headley stand. A fuller delivery. Brown played the ball. Been very watchful, though, back down the track. He's bowling his 3rd over on the trot, Burton. Not as fast as Cottrell, though, to be honest, if you compare the 2 opening bowlers for the Jamaica Defence Force. But has been successful so far. With 1 for 7. Oh, that's the edge. Is he gone? Is he gone? He's gone! Brown is gone. Caught behind brilliantly by wicketkeeper Harris. Not for the first time. He has held that line against Brown. Beat him the first time he bowled to him. In the second over he bowled to him. Beat him again with that same line, moving away from the left-hander. And the third time reaped success. And the 3rd wicket to go down for Melbourne. We'll say they're struggling. 12 for 3 under the cards. So the new batter is Andre McCarthy. It's a 12 for 3 Melbourne, who were sent into bat earlier this morning. And Burton will be continuing. We have seen the wickets of Mansingh, Wilson, and now Brown. Full delivery. Hit to the pad, though, goes down. The final region for, will be 4 byes, though, I think. Signaled now by the umpire, Chris Taylor. 4 leg byes. I don't know why my good friend whispering in my ear, leg bye, leg bye. Well, he touched his pad, though. We tried to cover each other. Goes into the final boundary for 4, so 4 more runs to the total. As Melbourne needing these runs, 16 runs on the board, 16 for 3. So Burton's so far taking 2 for 7. This is his 3rd over, though. One into McCarthy. Sneaky Henry at the non-striker's end. Full delivery outside the off stump. Oh, hell, this line going right through to the wicket-keeper Harris. That's a beautiful delivery to the right-hander from Burton. And that was one of the quickest deliveries bowled so far this morning. Has been concentrating on line and length more so than pace. While all the way around from Cottrell, in his first over, he was on mark up against Mansingh. But after that, he has lost the plot somewhat. But Burton on the other end, bowling in front of the George Headley stand, that's the Michael holding end, has been more on the mark. Ball turned on the leg side, go through for a single by McCarthy. McCarthy is off the mark. So 1 more run to the tally. 17 runs on the board, 17 for 3. It came off the bat, though. McCarthy's off the mark. So end of another over. Melbourne 17 for 3. McCarthy on 1. Sneaky Henry with him. Batters to go so far. Abhijay Mansingh. A duck off the bowling of Cottrell. Kimani Wilson 3. The bowling of Burton. A judge leg before. Same as Mansingh. And Brian Brown was caught by wicket-keeper Harris of the bowling of Burton. He went for 3. So Cottrell will be continuing in front or from the corner watch end. And be facing to McCarthy. Looks pretty confident for Melbourne. Maroon colour for Melbourne this morning. This JCA limited overs final. Cottrell pulling. There's a fielder there, but he has to watch it that it goes over his head into the boundary for 6. Signaled now by umpire Chris Wright. I think they had the upper half of the bat of McCarthy. Pulling he was. Getting sweet success. A long leg boundary for 6. All the JDF fielders got excited when they saw it in the air. A short delivery that from Cottrell. Fuller delivery this time around to the right-hander. The movement from Cottrell away from the right-hander McCarthy, who was very watchful with that delivery. Melbourne were sent into bat earlier this morning after JDF they won the toss. And that should have given them some impetus. The batting hasn't been that great for JDF this season. More so relying on their bowling. Full delivery. Oh, it was a better delivery that from Cottrell. Squared up McCarthy somewhat. Was in 2 minds though. So Henry will have a word with McCarthy. Let's give him some confidence. Oh, he has a confidence already. That's some advice. But nevertheless, let's see what happens here. 2 sips of gully, backward point. Oh, string on the leg side, wide, signaled by umpire Wright. Another run to the total. We said before, Cottrell, who looked excellent in that first over he bowled, has somewhat lost the plot. He bowled good deliveries, somewhat, in his over since that, but not consistent as he should. Cottrell. All string on the leg side once again. Another wide by Cottrell. The 7th over. Cottrell's 4th. 1 for 12 so far. As we said before, Melbourne coming into this game with a psychological advantage. Cottrell bowling to McCarthy outside the off stump this time around. After bowling 2 deliveries down on the leg side. This time outside the off stump. 2 slips, gully, backward point. There's a mid-off and mid-on. And down at the long leg region, the deep square leg. Hit to the pad and a half-hearted appeal from Cottrell though. May have been going down the leg side though. Maybe I touched the bat before hitting the pad. But McCarthy was beaten for speed more so than anything else. So the field that's set for McCarthy, giving him the space to drive between mid-off and point. And that he does in front of point, into the boundary for 4. Cannot stray with a field like that. Given a golden plum, and he did deliver. He baked that plum. And a brilliant 4 off the bat of McCarthy. And certainly to close off over number 7. Melbourne, they're 29 for 3. McCarthy is on 11. Sadiq Henry yet to get off the mark. And just to look back on that last delivery that was bowled, though, we were talking about the mid-off that was set. There was no cover, extra cover. There's just a point fielder. So he had to be spot on into the pads. And that's why I thought, though, that Cottrell bowled 2 wides, trying to bowl into the pads and trying not to give him any room at all to drive outside the off stump. And that delivery was not fancied at all by the JDF, was more fancied by Melbourne and McCarthy. Be Burton to be continuing from the Michael holding end. Bowling to Henry, facing his first delivery though. Has been there for some time. String on the leg side, the full delivery on the left arm, medium pacer, Burton. And that's a wide signaled by umpire Taylor. String on the leg side. The 2 slips a gully, backward point. Extra cover. Henry facing up, beaten outside the off stump. That's a beaut of a delivery from Burton. Was so far taken 2 for 9 in his 4th over. That's a brilliant delivery from Burton. He thought he was going across, held his line. The movement from that delivery, from the arm it left Burton, or from the time it left Burton's arm, it went across the batsman, pitched and held his line. Here's Burton once again. Oh, that cut him in 2. That cut him in 2. Henry is in no man's land. The door was open, but the house was not knocked down. He's lucky. We've seen some beautiful deliveries from Burton. Field for the right-hander, Henry. Oh, this time being very cautious, very watchful though. Giving him some chance to play that shot, that delivery from Burton. Dropped a bit short. And if you don't have the pace, though, you have to, and the person think, can't give the batsman enough time or the batters enough time to play those deliveries. You don't have the pace like Cottrell. But to be honest, he has looked better than Cottrell so far from the first 2 overs bowled. He has looked more impressive bowler in terms of control. Bowling. Oh, again, cut him in 2. He's on the dicing board. He's been sliced and diced, but he's still living though. Still holding on as Henry. Still yet to get off the mark. Burton once again. Pulling to Henry. Full delivery on the leg side. A wide. And the appeal from keeper Harris was to try to change umpire Taylor's mind. Not to signal a wide. However, it did not work. He was thinking, maybe I can change umpire Taylor's mind that it hit the pad of the batter Henry. But no, it did not. So another single to the total. 31 runs on the board. 31 for 3. Burton bowling to Henry. Continuing. Oh, the appeal for leg before. Is he gone? Is he gone? No, the hand of Chris Taylor does not go up. And I took my eyes off the delivery. It goes into the boundary for 4. 4-leg byes. 4-leg byes signaled by umpire Taylor. But that was close. That indeed was close. Everyone was appealing. No one went for the ball. And 4-leg byes on the total. 35 for 3. So Burton not looking a happy man, though, happy camper. He thought he had the wicket of Henry. Henry lives to fight another day. He's still not yet off the mark, Henry. It's on the pad. Wanting to go for a single. That would have been a leg by, but that's the end of the over. And Burton has to be careful, though, to be honest. Umpire Taylor not having a word with him, but he kicked the dirt a short while ago. If you could go back in the 70s with Michael Holding playing in New Zealand, it's a kick like that when Holding actually took down the stumps. The boot was almost at chest height. And he finished elevating his leg. So look on the board. Man Singh. Leg before, Duck of the bowling of Sheldon Cottrell. Wilson also a leg before, bowling of Tyrone Burton. He went for 3. Brian Brown also went for 3. Of the bowling of Burton was caught behind by wicketkeeper Harris. Not out batters, Henry. And Cottrell bowling to the right-hander. That's McCarthy. Ball played on the onside. Dot delivery to start our proceedings. As you look on the offside field, though, a well-packed offside field. 3 slips and a gully. Backward a point. Mid-off, extra cover. There's a gap between backward a point and extra cover. In the meantime, ball turned on the onside, and they go through for a single. So McCarthy has moved on somewhat to 12. Score stands at 36 for 3. Henry, he'll be facing up. And will the field change, though? Yes. Extra cover has been taken out. Put in the square leg region. Cottrell bowling to Henry. Oh, but it goes over the wicket keeper's gloves, goes into the boundary for 4 byes. That was a bounce, a menacing bouncer from Cottrell. And Henry had to duck, or shall I say, rock back. Went over the gloves of wicketkeeper Harris, going into the boundary for 4 byes. Cottrell once again bowling to Henry, still not yet off the mark. Another bouncer. And the city umpire, right, signal in. A dot delivery from Cottrell. As Henry taps away at the crease. He has been very patient, though, to be honest. Has fought so far for Melbourne. Ball untucked. And this square leg just comes in. Another dot delivery. 40 runs on the board, 40 for 3. We are in the 9th over of this innings. There have been some deliveries gone to the boundary, more so byes and leg byes, more so than coming off the bat. Full delivery. Met with a bit of confidence by Henry. Was in the shot. And playing defensively on the offside. End of another over, the 9th over. Melbourne, after being sent into bat, 40 for 3. McCarthy's on 12. Henry yet to get off the mark. So Bird will be continuing from the Michael holding end. Bowling to McCarthy, who sits on 12 from 11 deliveries faced. Short, pulling brilliantly. Just behind the umpire, square leg umpire. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. 1 more run to the total. 1 more run off the bat of McCarthy. He has moved on to 13 from 12 deliveries faced. Score has now moved to 41 for 3. Henry. Facing up to Burton. For delivery. Punching down the ground is Henry. Has been there for some time for getting off the mark. But that has certainly changed with that shot. Aerial shot. 2 runs off the bat of Henry. He's off the mark. Finally. Score stands at 43 for 3. So we said before that last delivery he faced from Cottrell, he looked more confident playing the ball defensively on the offside. I saw it in that shot from that delivery from Burton. Ball turned on the leg side. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. Turn to the long leg region, or so than the fine leg. It's 1 more run to the total. I wouldn't say raced on since he's off the mark, but he has moved on to 3. Score stands at 44 for 3. You'll be hearing from my good friend, Mr. Pinnock, who's dressed to show where he's from. You can't see him on screen, though. I like the shirt he's wearing, though, today. The emblem. Let's go back to the cricket. Burton, full delivery. Oh, that almost went on stumps. That almost went on some side. A drive on the offside in the inner half of the bat. Bounced behind. Had to do some football work to save his wicket. That's McCarthy. Look on the replay. Hit the inner half of the bat, went down on the ground, ballooned on the ground, and just maybe it was going on stumps. He was quick. He may be a footballer, though, in his day. Maybe that day has passed. Here's Burton once again to McCarthy. Oh, better delivery had McCarthy in 2 man's land, not no man's land, 2 men's land, because he was in 2 thoughts to say whether it should play offensive or defensive. More so going to the toe of the bat. Burton has been moving the ball, and that has troubled the batter somewhat. McCarthy think he can free his arms a little bit more with the Burton deliveries more so. Short, string on the leg side, a wide signaled by umpire Taylor. More so than Cottrell's. Well, that's a poor delivery from Burton. As you see the replay, trying to get his action correct. Both arms swing as Courtney Walsh motion. When he used to sway his arms back in his day. If you don't know who Courtney Walsh is, go read a book. Burton, playing the ball down, run it down to the backward point region. I was looking at the shy of the stumps, though. And McCarthy was not in control of that shot more so. Has been very watchful from the Burton deliveries. That closes the 10th over. And Melbourne, who are sent into bat, there are 45 runs on the board. 45 for 3. They have lost Abhijay Man Singh for a duck. Commander Wilson for 3. And Brian Brown, he went for 3. The most successful bowler so far, Burton, has so far taken 2 wickets, while other successful bowler is Cottrell. You look at the scorecard. So 45 for 3. 23 extras though in that 45. That's the top score so far. Not the batters, but the extras. In the meantime, my good friend, Mr. Pinnock, will take full control, carry through for the next 5 overs.
Thank you, Sean. There's going to be a change of bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. It's going to be Gordon Bryan. And Gordon Bryan will be bowling to Sadiki Henry. Henry just a 3 from 12 deliveries. At the other hand, Andre McCarthy, 13 from 15 deliveries. So there's a slip in place for Henry. There's a short third man. And just some slight adjustment to the field. There's a goal in place. There's backward point. There's cover. There's mid on. There's mid off. And deep backward square leg. So Melbourne looking to rebuild a partnership here between Andre McCarthy and Henry. It's going to be Brian to Henry. Good delivery this time. Turned nicely to the vacant square leg. For an easy single. Dietmar Anderson jogs across 15 meters but can't prevent another single to the Melbourne total, which brings the total up to 46 for 3. Brings the more aggressive of the two batters, Andre McCarthy. Past student of the Homewood Technical High School is McCarthy. Remember McCarthy coming back off the West Indies under 19 tournament and scored a double century at Homewood. Caught in, brilliant, absolutely brilliant effort. It was the substitute fielder diving away to his left. And God, Brian is not a happy man. McCarthy has been dropped on 13. Could this be costly for the Jamaica Defence Force team? Let's look at the replay here. Short ball cut. I'm not seeing clearly on that replay, but a diving effort by the substitute fielder, McCalla. Couldn't pull off a catch. McCarthy lives to fight another day. The score is up to 47 for 3. Brings Henry back in strike. Good delivery this time outside the off stump. Sadiq Henry not interested. Through to wicketkeeper Harris. I tell you what, I would like to see that drop catch on the replay here. What is a substitute fielder as it comes up now? Short ball. McCarthy just punched it. Wow. Could this be costly for the Jamaica Defence Force team? On top of his mark is Gordon Bryant, Scorpion seam bowler. To Sadiq Henry. Wide delivery outside the off stump. And wide signal by umpire Chris Wright. And quite rightly so. So Jamaica Defence Force with a 4-pace prank attack. Excellent figures this morning by Tyrone Burton. Picking up 2 very important wickets for the Soldiers. At the moment it's Brian to Henry. Good delivery. Henry looking to leave that one alone. The ball hit the inner portion of the bat and trickles to the wicket keeper. And Brian had a steer at Henry. Let's look at the replay here. Looking to leave it was Sadiq Henry. Hit the inner portion of the bat, trickles to the wicket keeper Harris. So Andre McCarthy was dropped on 13. He's on 14 from 16. Sadiq Henry is 4 from 15 deliveries. Brian so far in his first over, none for 3. Good delivery this time by Brian. Just outside the off stump, Sadiq Henry not interested in offering a shot through to wicket keeper. So Andre McCarthy and Sadiq Henry should be thinking partnership here. After Melbourne lost 3 early wickets this morning. Abijay Mansing was first to go leg before to Cottrell. Brian to continue to Henry. Good delivery, lifting delivery outside the off stump. So at the end of the 11th over, Melbourne, after being asked to bat, they are 48 for 3. So at the first water break, if you're just joining us, Jamaica Defence Force won the toss this morning, sent Melbourne in to take first strike. Abijay Mansing was leg before to Sheldon Cottrell. He went without scoring. Kimani Wilson was leg before to Tyrone Burton. He went for 3. And Brian caught Brian Brown caught by Ryan Harris off the bowling of Tyrone Burton. He went for 3. Knocked out batsman or Sadiki Henry, who was on 4, and Andre McCarthy on 14. As we look at the bowling figures, Scottrell 5 overs, 2 maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Tyrone Burton, exceptionally brilliant spell thus far. 5 overs, 1 made, 15 runs, and 2 very important wickets to his name. Gordon Bryan just the 1 over, 3 runs, and no wickets. So Melbourne, after lost the toss and were sent into bat after 11 overs, they are 48 for 3. So we are resuming after the drinks break. It's going to be a change of bowling from our commentary box end. It's going to be Leighton Leslie, former Jamaica Defence Force captain. And he's back to play this very crucial finals between these two teams. At the moment, Leslie will be bowling to Andre McCarthy. Good delivery. Good shot by McCarthy. He's back driving this one sweetly out to cover. The crosser one will think about the second. Good aggressive running by McCarthy. And in particular, Sadiki Henry. So the 50 comes up for the Melbourne team. 50 for 3. Andre McCarthy look very compact. Look a complete cricketer is McCarthy. Played regional cricket for the country. So he's very experienced. Played CPL for the Tallows. A very experienced campaigner is McCarthy. Good delivery this time by Leighton Leslie. Known for his swing bowling. That ball swung a very far away. That ball pitched on the line of bigger stump, as you can see on the replay here. And swing further. Beautiful delivery by Leslie. He's known for his swing bowling. Is Leslie. As I mentioned before, it's a 4-pace prank attack. This Jamaica Defence Force team today. Number 23 in his back is Leslie. To McCarthy, who's back driving this one sweetly out to cover. Skipper Kevin Daly moving across to his left to prevent any chance whatsoever for single. So the score remains at 50 for 3. Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning. And quite rightly so, sent Melbourne into bat. And Melbourne lost 3 wickets. Abijay Mansing, he was legged before by off Cottrell. He went without scoring. Kimani Wilson, legged before by Burton for 3. This delivery handled on the left side. Nice little tickle by McCarthy. The cross for one. Will they think about the second noise that on? Excellent work by O'Neill Ware. And then sends a poor return into the wicketkeeper Harris, but no harm done. And Brian Brown, he went for 3. Beautiful delivery that took the edge through to wicketkeeper Harris. Well, Leslie so far 3 runs from 4 deliveries. That brings Sadiki Henry. So far, Sadiki Henry just the 4 runs from 17 deliveries. And McCarthy 17 from 20. Driving outside the off so loosely was Sadiki Henry. A lot of swing there on the part of Leighton Leslie through to wicketkeeper. So skipper Kevin Daly opted to go with a slip. There's a third man. There's backward point. There's cover. There's extra cover. There's a fine leg. There's the backward square leg. And there's mid on and mid off for the right-handed Sadiq Henry. Good delivery by the big fast bowler, Leighton Leslie. So that completes over number 12 with Melbourne 51 for 3. Andre McCarthy is on 17 from 20 deliveries. And Sadiki Henry 4 from 19. So if you're just joining us, Jamaica Defence Force team, of course, won the toss this morning and sent in Melbourne to bat. Melbourne so far the only unbeaten team in this competition. The Jamaica Defence Force lost 1 match in this competition, and Melbourne was the main culprit. So it's going to be Gordon Bryan. So McCarthy. Shot, he's back, punching this one out to point. O'Neill Weir moving across to his right, but can't prevent another single to McCarthy. And of course to the Melbourne total, which is up to 52 for 3. Brings Sadiki Henry back in strike. Sadiki Henry scoring on the low side. Just a 4 from 19 deliveries. Run rate so far 4.27. Gordon Bryan, none for 4 in his second. Bryan to Henry. Short delivery, beaten outside the half stump. Beauty of a delivery. And through to wicketkeeper Harris. Absolutely brilliant delivery there, as you can see on the replay. Reaper of a delivery. Wow, pitch and straight. Beautiful delivery. And Gordon Bryan is showing his class, showing his skills. Very skillful bowler. One of the best in the Caribbean is Bryan. Very skillful. Top of his mark sees it. Henry is ready. Shot. Flashing outside the off stump. Down to the third man boundary. It goes for 4 runs. That ball was short. Henry looking to cut that ball over point. The ball hit the top portion of the bat and trickles down to the third man boundary for 4 valuable runs to the Melbourne total, which is up to 56 for the loss of 3. Unfortunately there for the Jamaica Defence 4 team, but Sadiki Henry will accept that any day of the week for his team. And of course in these crucial finals, let's see the response of Bryan. Good delivery and equal to the task this time around. This punches out to cover. Captain Kevin Daly is in the way. And there is no run. The score is kept on 56 for 3. Andre McCarthy at the non-strikers end scored a brilliant century in that quarterfinals game against Manchester. And of course Sadiki Henry at the other hand. At the slow side of things, but partnership building thus far. Bryan to Henry. Shot and is equal to the task to short this back to the bowler himself, Bryan, who feels, and there is no run. The score is kept on 56 for 3. Beautiful morning at this wonderful venue, SABINA Park. I'd say sun out in its glory. The spectators are few in numbers. Bryan runs away. Henry is getting a nice delivery outside the house. So not interested, and quite rightly so. So after 13 overs, Melbourne, after asked to bat first, they are 56 for 3. Andre McCarthy is not out on 18 from 21 deliveries, and Sadiki Henry is 8 from 24 deliveries. Bryan so far none for 8 from 2 overs. It's going to be Leighton Leslie to continue. As a look at the bowling chart, Cottrell 1 for 17. Tyrone Burton, so 2 for 15. Bryan none for 8 from his 2. And Leighton Leslie just the 1 over for the 3 runs. So Leslie will continue into McCarthy. Good delivery outside the off stump. Leslie getting some outswing here. I think Captain Daly should be looking to prize another wicket here. This partnership can be very crucial to the Melbourne team. I think Kevin Daly should be looking, I'll put in another slip while Leslie's getting the ball to outswing. But at the moment it's Leslie to McCarthy. Wide ball down the leg side by Leighton Leslie. We call him the misery man. And wide signal by umpire Chris Taylor, and quite rightly so. So the score is up to 57. As we look at the replay here, badly line delivery on the part of Leighton Leslie. Very cool character. He's a fighter, a warrior, is Leslie. Good delivery this time by Leslie. But Andre McCarthy equal to the task. Plays this one easily out to cover. Captain Daly does the fielding. And there is no run. The score remains at 57 for 3. I was mentioned earlier, McCarthy. I remember going to Homewood Technical when McCarthy came off the West Indies Under-19 tournament and came back with a bang, a double century for Homewood. Good delivery this time. McCarthy is back, forcing this one out to cover point. Dietmar Anderson is in the way. And there is no run. The score remains at 57 for 3. McCarthy prized a double century in that game. Ziggy Levy was a part of that team. Marlon Johnson was a part of that team. My word, it was a game. McCarthy came back with the ball to grab 7 for 15. So he's an all-round cricketer, is McCarthy. Very good cricketer. Moment is Leslie to McCarthy. Could deliver this time. McCarthy stabs this one out to point. Looking for a single was McCarthy. But Dietmar Anderson have different ideas. He's quickly off his feet to prevent any chance whatsoever for single. So decent over thus far from Leslie just the wide in this over thus far. 57 for 3. Jamaica Defence Force team pumped. The defending champions, as their name represents who they are. Defending champions. Defending defense. Good delivery this time. McCarthy steering this one easily down to third man. Will you think about the second noise that on? Marlon Sanders is in the way. So only a single to McCarthy and to Melbourne. So the total is up to 58 for 3. McCarthy is up to 19 from 26 deliveries. Brings Sadiki Henry back in strike. Henry just the 8 from 24 deliveries. Leslie so far none for 5. Just one delivery remaining in his second. Disciplined bowling so far by the Army men. Short delivery. Wide signal immediately by the square leg umpire seemed to be Chris Wright. And of course, standing umpire Chris Taylor acknowledged immediately. So wide signal by the umpire. Let's look at the replay. Wide delivery. Excellent call here. Two good umpires have similar names though, but they are two good umpires. Chris Wright recently did CPL, did exceptionally well. Good delivery this time. So at the end of the 14th over, Melbourne, after lost the toss and were asked to bat, they are 59 for 3. Andre McCarthy is on 19 from 26 deliveries, and Sadiki Henry 8 from 25. Leighton Leslie, none for 6 of his 2 overs. So the wicket takers so far for the Jamaica Defence Force team is the left arm seam bowler. One very pleased with is Tyrone Burton. 5 overs, 1 made, 15 runs, 2 wicket. And of course, the sergeant, Sheldon Cottrell, 5 overs, 2 made, 17 runs, and that 1 wicket of Abijay Mansing in the very first over. Brian none for 8 and Leighton Leslie none for 6. The big gun to continue. To McCarthy is getting a nice delivery. Equal to the task was McCarthy. Punching this one out to cover. Captain Daly is in the way. So no arm done, no single. The score remains at 59 for 3. And we're in the 15th over. After this over, you hear from the man himself, the big man in the business, Sean Grant. Real teacher is Sean Grant. Brian. Shot. McCarthy looking to force that one through the offside. No contact through to wicketkeeper Ryan Harris, who's been doing a pretty decent job thus far, is Harris. Normally you'd see Carl Reid keeping for the Jamaica Defence Force team, former youth player Carl Reid, suffering some knee injured. But that's why you're not seeing featuring in this competition this season is Reid. One for the future is Carl Reid, but at the moment is Brian to McCarthy. Good delivery, beaten once more by Brian. Absolutely brilliant of a delivery on the part of God Brian. I would like to see this on the replay here. Beauty of a delivery. Pitch and does leave McCarthy, who's looking to force the back drive. But Brian doing exceptionally well so far. In his third over, none for 8. 59 for the loss of 3. The Melbourne team. Brian to McCarthy. Good delivery. This time McCarthy left this one outside the awesome throw to the wicket keeper. This is good test here for Andre McCarthy. With lots of experience is Andre McCarthy under his belt. Played all levels of youth cricket. Played for the Jamaican Scorpions. Played for the Jamaican Tallowers. So he's very, very experienced. But he's gone Brian to McCarthy, who's getting a delivery outside the warp stump. Good delivery. A decent line being employed here by Gordon Bryant. 59 for a loss of 3. After the Jamaica Force team won the toss this morning and sent in Melbourne, who haven't lost a game all season long. And the Jamaica Defence Force team lost 1 game. And of course, is to Melbourne. Good delivery this time by Brian McCarthy, equal to the toss, looking to turn that one towards mid-wicket. Did so, but straight to Dietmar Anderson. So at the end of the 15th over, a maiden to Brian. So he's none for 8 from 3 overs. Melbourne, 59 for the loss of 3. Back to you, Sean.
Oh, thank you very much, my good friend, Mr. Pinnock. I did not describe the shirt you had. Well, you still have it on, though. I was about to say had on this morning. Well, that's the shirt you're actually wearing this morning. So big up to your shirt. Their crest on your heart. Yeah, yeah. With that shirt, you may be representing one of the 2 teams that are here. I'm just saying. So Leslie to continue from the Michael holding end. Henry has faced 25 deliveries for his 8, while McCarthy 32 for 19. Leslie, little movement there in that delivery away from the right-hander. Henry trying to pierce a cover cordon. There's a third man implemented. Just 1 slip back with a point cover. There's a mid-on and a mid-off. Deep backward square and a long leg. Leslie, full of delivery. Movement again from the right-hander. Kept a bit low, though. So getting some movement, Leslie. L&L, if you want to call him that, Leighton Leslie. It is 3rd over, none for 6 so far. So the wickets of Mansingh for Duck, Wilson for 3, and Brown for 3. A fuller delivery from Leslie. Oh, that's a better delivery. Being very watchful is Henry. Knows that this right arm fast bowler can move the ball away from him. So he has to be extremely careful. And with that bounce that he extracts out of this pitch, you think that you'll have 2 slips instead of 1. Oh, a swing. Can you dance? Can you dance? Going back to the 50s with that swing. Watchful again, Henry. My good friend Peter knows nothing about swing dancing. He'll ask, what is that? Leslie once again. Movement again, brilliant, brilliant. I would put a second slip. What a delivery. Leslie getting his teammates all excited. And Henry in his shell. Not playing any shots at all. Oh, Breeden. Appeal for caught behind. He's gone. He's gone. Henry does not like that decision, but the 4th wicket goes for Melbourne. They're now 59 for 4. Wicketkeeper Harris taking the catch. We've seen the movement from Leslie. The swing from Leslie, giving him his first wicket. And Henry goes for 8. Wow. So 59 for 4. Skipper Javel Glenn. Will be coming in. The join McCarthy. That was a final delivery. Leslie has been impressive with the movement of this pitch. So wicket maiden. I'm looking in the clouds though. Bright and sunny it is. But he can swing it. Can move off the seam also. So Brian in front of the Courtney Wall stand will continue. Bowling to McCarthy. McCarthy turning on the outside. Mid wicket. Was extravagantly going down to the left. Could have easily stepped across and picked the ball up. But I think in his mind, it looked a bit better to do that. Ran once again in his 4th over. None for 8. Oh, beaten outside the off stump is McCarthy trying to drive through the cover cordon. There's a cover fielder. Backward a point. Mid off. Deep mid on. Mid wicket. A third man. A backward square and a long leg. Here's Brand once again. Well, there are some young men walking across the side screen. They should know better than that. At 59 for 4. Oh, quicker deliver this time. Not much room though, but still driving is McCarthy. Ball pitched and moved back into the right hander this time around from Brian. Another dot delivery in this over. 3 dots so far. Brand continuing to McCarthy. Fuller delivery, driving down the ground brilliantly. Oh, that's beautiful from McCarthy into the boundary for 4. Pitched up and dispatched by McCarthy. Here once again is Brian. Will he pitch up again? No, he does not. Punching, but the backward point is there on the bounce. Brilliant stop. Kevin Daly, the skipper, moving to his left, firing the ball on the ground. That was brilliant. Watched again, watch a replay. At the time, it already stopped it. If it had passed him, the third man fielder would have been on his bicycle to try to stop that boundary. Here's Brian once again to McCarthy. Appealing for caught behind, but except everyone else, only Brian don't appeal. Trying to pull that delivery, McCarthy, that went over his bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Harris to end the 18th over of the innings, 63 for 4. Melbourne, after they were sent into bat earlier this morning, the Jamaica Cricket Association Limited overs All Ireland final. The defending champions Jamaica Defence Force, the JDF, up against Melbourne, who are unbeaten so far, the 2018 champions. Unbeaten so far this season. Sir Cottrell has so far about 5 over, 2 maidens under his belt, 1 for 17. Burton also 5 overs, 1 or 2 for 15 with 1 maiden. Gordon Bryan, none for 12 from 4 overs. And Leighton Leslie, 1 for 6 from 4 overs. Bowling to Javel Glenn, the left-hander. The skipper. We saw him moving away the deliveries from the right-hander. Now he's bowling to the left-hander. Oh, beaten. Glenn, what Javel Glenn is doing? Came down the pitch, took 2 steps, and he moved the ball away from the left-hander. I'm impressed with Leighton Leslie. So the square leg umpire coming across the fielders as a surrounding Glenn. And square leg umpire right, making a few steps in, wondering what was happening. But he decided not to go any further. He has stepped back, or backpedaling to his position. Leslie once again. Glenn coming forward, playing the ball on the outside. No run scored. I think he's stepping forward though, because he's trying to cancel out the movement. Not allowing much movement at all off the pitch. One thing Leslie has produced on the day is movement. Bowling to Glenn once again. Will he step forward? No, he doesn't. Play the ball on the offside. Met with some applause from individuals in the George Headley stands, not delivering. As they're cheering on the Jamaica Defence Force. I don't know who they're cheering on though. I don't know if they're applauding Glenn's defensive mechanism or the bowling of Leslie. Will the cheers go out? Oh, to the pad though. I think the string down the leg side. Going back into the left-hander. We saw that delivery to the right-hander, moving away from the right-hander. This time going into the left-hander. Glenn has to be very careful. Burton just having a word with Leslie, giving him some advice. When was it? Pulling beautiful is Glenn, and it goes for a 6, a flat 6 in front of square. That was a short delivery from Leslie, dispatched by Glenn. He's off the mark in an immaculate fashion. 6 runs off the bat. Persons are saying, whoa. Well, let's see. Can Leslie answer, or will Glenn continue on that path? The fielder has been put in that position. Out of square. Oh, Yorker length delivery. That was his intention. Full toss. It turned out to be into the boot of Glenn. Fielder coming off the boundary. Can't prevent the single. At the end of the 19th over, end of the 18th over. We'll correct that in the meantime. Total stands at 70 for 4. As we look on the scorecard so far, so McCarthy's on 23 and Glenn with him on 7. Brown on the quarter watch end. Bowling to the left-hander Glenn, being very watchful. Movement again, this from Brown. Not much as we saw from Leslie. So we are in the 19th over, to be honest. Fooled me just a bit. And Brian will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Glenn. That first delivery, a bit of movement. Going across that left-hander. Taken by wicketkeeper Harris. Holding that line. So just a slip though. There's a fine leg. Third man back with a point. Cover, extra cover. Mid off. Mid on. Deep backward square. As Brian again to Glenn. Outside the off stumps. A little bit of swing though as it passed the batter. As you saw, Harris went to his left. The ball swung to Harris's right. The gloves had to go to the right while the body went to the left. A light breeze blowing over the ground here at SABINA Park, the Mecca, many may call it. Brian once again. Into the path appeal for leg before. And they go through for a leg by as Glenn hobbles for the run. So one more run to the total. .71 for 4. Left and right combination for Melbourne. Losing 4 wickets earlier this morning after they were sent into bat. Brand once again, this time bowling to McCarthy. Oh, beaten outside the off stump, not for the first, not for the second, not for the third time. We have seen the deliveries from Brand to McCarthy. A slip and a gully. Backward point. So extra cover. There is a mid on. But no mid off. Mid wicket. To the right hander once again. Mid wicket brought into the fray. That should signal the end of the 19th over. So one more over to go before you hear your favorite commentator. Man who is dressed in audacious manner. It has been a good final so far, more so for the bowling team. Lived up to expectations because many persons say that JDF, their strong point is their bowling. We haven't seen Dennis Bulai just yet. And they have come to the party so far this morning. .71 for 4. Leslie will continue. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Glenn nodding to say that's a beaut of a delivery. Movement away from the left-hander. First delivery he was facing up to Leslie. He came down the pitch, was beaten. He has pulled him for a 6. Front of square, Leslie to the left-hander. Slow delivery. Then playing the ball on the offside. Bit of bounce in that delivery. So the light breeze blowing across the ground here at SABINA Park. Like I said before. Leslie. Glenn. Again on the offside. Good figures, 1 for 13. This is his 5th over on the trot. 4.3 to be exact. 4.2, 4.3. Was not a happy camper, and he was pulled for 6 by Glenn. Leslie. Oh, being very watchful. Takes a glance at Leslie. Is Glenn? Or does Glenn? Leslie does not look his way. Still the score stands as how it started in this 20th over. 71 for 4. Will it end on that fashion, or does Glenn have something to say? Or string on the next side, a wide is signaled. And Leslie not happy at all. Well, it changed, not because of Glenn, but because of a bad delivery from Leslie. Full delivery this time outside the off stump. Glenn defensively playing the ball on the offside. Another dot delivery. That's 1 run from the over. That was a wide. So far, with 1 legal delivery to go to close out the 20th. Play the ball on the outside. Backward point brought into the fray. End of the 20th over. Melbourne, who are sent into bat, 72 for 4. Glenn, the captain, he's on 7 from 15. Andre McCarthy, 23 from 40. The next voice you'll hear is a man who is dressed in a dapper shirt, Mr. Marlon Pinnock.
Thank you, Sean. Earlier we were talking about Dennis Bolai, and immediately after the completion of Leslie's overs, he's taking his run-up, but it's going to be Gordon Bryan to continue battle with McCarthy. Still a slip in place for McCarthy. Shot, McCarthy cuts this one. Nicely down to third man boundary. 4 runs. It was short. It was wide. It was begging to be hit and was dealt with severely on the part of McCarthy. He's up to 27 and the total is up to 76 for the loss of 4. Short delivery, wide delivery on the part of Bryan and was treated severely by McCarthy. So Melbourne were sent into bat this morning. They lost 4 wickets. Abijay Mansingh was leg before to Cottrell. He went without scoring. Wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson was leg before to Burton. He went for 3. Brian Brown was bowled. Was caught by the wicketkeeper Harris for 3. And Henry was caught by the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Leslie. This delivery is steering out to the man at gully. Seemed to be where. And there is no run. The score remains at 76 for the loss of 4. McCarthy is the standout batsman so far for the Melbourne team. He's 27 from 42 deliveries And the skipper, Javal Glenn, is 7 from 16 deliveries. It's going to be Brian to continue battle with McCarthy. McCarthy on drive this one sweetly up to mid-on. Marlon Saunders is in the way, can't score. That was sweetly timed by McCarthy, but straight to the fielder in Saunders. So the score remains at 76 for a loss of 4. Run rate so far 3.71. Brian none for 16 so far in his 6. Excellent bowling on the part of the Jamaica Defence Force team. It's a shot, a beautiful delivery this time. Andre McCarthy had no clue what was happening there. An excellent bit of wicket keeping on the part of Harris. And another dot ball to Brian. As you look at the replay here, beautiful delivery. Kept a bit low. Pete McCarthy all ends up. So Brian continues to peg away here at this beautiful venue, the home of cricket. Of course, here at SABINA Park. None for 16 so far in his 6th over. Good delivery this time. McCarthy equal to the task. Just opening the face of the bat. And chutters out to cover. Skipper Kevin Daly jogs across 50 meters to his left. And can't prevent another single to McCarthy. And to the Melbourne total is up to 77 for a loss of 4. And we're in the 21st over. Brian none for 17 so far. Just one delivery. Remaining in 6. Brings Captain Glenn back in strike. As you can see, Dennis Bolai doing some light warming up. Seemed to be the man coming from our commentary box end to replace Leighton Leslie the next over. But at the moment is Brian to Captain Glenn, who's getting a nice delivery outside. No shot offer through to wicketkeeper. So at the end of the 21st over, Melbourne lost the toss and were sent into bat. They are 77 for the loss of 4. Andre McCarthy is on 28 from 45 deliveries, and Captain Javal Glenn is on 7 from 17 deliveries. Beautiful day here at SABINA Park for cricket. Wonderful day for this crucial finals between the defending champions, the Jamaica Defence Force team, and the 2018 champions, the Melbourne team. As I look at the batting chart, Abijay Mansingh, he was bowled by Cottrell. He went without scoring. Kimani Wilson was leg before Tyrone Burton for 3. And Brian Brown caught wicketkeeper Ryan Harris of Tyrone Burton. He went for 3. And a beauty of a delivery from Leighton Leslie to dismiss Sadiqi Henry. He went for 8. Not out batsman is Andre McCarthy, who's on 28, and Captain Javal Glenn, who is on 7. So it's going to be Dennis Bolai to McCarthy. Shot. McCarthy pulls this one behind square. Excellent work on the part of Brian. Excellent diving across to his right to prevent any chance of a boundary. First delivery by Dennis Bolai. It was a loosener. McCarthy just pulled that one behind square. An excellent feeling there, as you can see on the replay by Gordon Bryan. Very, very good work on the part of Brian. 6th over so far by Brian, and he's diving around in the field. That shows the commitment of these Jamaican Defence Force players. They're hungry for it. Dennis Bolai tossing the ball from hand to hand. Glenn looking to force that ball through the covers. Ball, the inner portion of the ball trickles out to Dennis Bolai, who fields. Bolai so far 3rd in the wicket column in this Jamaica Cricket Association limited over competition. Flighted deliveries, driving, stewed covers. It was O'Neill Weir there, slappy bit of work and 4 runs. I was just praising the Jamaica Defence Force fielders, but O'Neill Weir let that one through his legs like he was playing football. And into the extra cover boundary goes 4 runs. Slappy on the part of the youngster. So let's see the response of Bolai. Shot. Glenn is back, punching this one out to extra cover this time. The youngster and Wearfields, and there is no run. Bolai it is to Glenn. Good delivery by Dennis Bolai. He's also in this Jamaican Scorpion 50 over squad is Dennis Bolai. Did pretty decent last year, where you see some stir-fry dance from Dennis Bolai. Full pitch delivery, good delivery by Dennis Bolai. So at the end of the over, so we're having some difficulties here with the so Melbourne are 81 for the loss of 4. 4 wickets to fall this morning was Abijay Mansing. He went without scoring. Wicket keeper Kimani Wilson, he went for 3. And Brian Brown for 3. And Sadiki Henry struggled throughout. He made 8. Peach of a delivery from the all experienced Leighton Leslie. So there's a change of bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. It's going to be Captain Kevin Daly. 7 wickets in the semi-final. Shot down the leg side. A loud appeal though, but umpire Chris Wright not unchased, and quite rightly so as you look at the replay here. Down the leg side. Short delivery there. McCarthy looking to pull that one. No contact. Short. He puddle sweep this one is Andre McCarthy. Dietmar Anderson is giving chase. Did exceptionally well is Dietmar Anderson. So another single to McCarthy. And another single to the Melbourne total. Which push the total up to 82. 82 for loss of 4. Reminding our listeners, if you're just joining us, the Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning. And they elected to field. The very first over, the sergeant, Sheldon Cottrell, salutes immediately, making an impact with the 4th delivery of the first over, removing Abijay Mansing. He was chopped leg before without scoring. Good delivery this time by Daly. Captain to captain, easy. As ever, his Javal Glenn turned this one behind square for an easy single, which brings the total up to 83, I reckon. 83 for 4. Brings McCarthy back in strike. This partnership is very crucial for the Melbourne team. Shot. McCarthy's back, punching this one out to mid-wicket. The man Tyrone Burton, who has figures of 2 for 15 from 5 overs this morning, does the fielding, and there is no run. This one is full. McCarthy's equal to the task this time around. Plays it just a little in front of him. Wicketkeeper Ryan Harris does the fielding, and there is no run. His score remains at 83. Shot. McCarthy's back, punching this one out to a straightish mid-wicket. Tyrone Burton does the fielding. So at the end of the over, the score is 83 for 4. So Dennis Bolai will continue to battle with the Melbourne captain, Javal Glenn. Very aggressive player by nature. Loves to hit the ball a long way. Prefers the onside though, Javal Glenn. He's a dangerous customer. Short deliveries, back punching this one out to extra cover. This time only Weir is in the way. And does pretty well to stop the ball, to prevent any chance whatsoever for single. So the score remains at 83-4. Good delivery this time by Dennis Bulai. A quicker delivery though from Bulai. Not much flight there. And Javal Glenn equal to the task. Leave this one alone through to wicketkeeper Harris, who's been doing a pretty decent job thus far as a youngster playing his first season behind the stump. Short. Glenn is back punching this one out to cover. Sergeant Cottrell is in the way. And no chance whatsoever for single. So good bowling here on the part of Dennis Bulai, showing his experience, showing his class. Flighted delivery, beaten outside the off stump. That is what I'm talking about. Dennis Bulai is a special bowler. Indeed. And this is why the Jamaica Scorpions will not left out Bulai out of the team. He's 36 years of age, is Bulai. But age doesn't matter. Good delivery. Tucked in the air, just passing Captain Kevin Daly at mid-wicket for a moment. Ooh. For a moment, I thought Captain Daly was going to get there, but just out of the reach. My good friend here, Sean Grant, just give me a steer there. I wrote another single to the Melbourne total, which brings the total up to 84. 84 for loss of 4. Bring McCarthy back in strike. Flighted delivery. McCarthy looking to sweep. That was close to the leg stump. McCarthy came inside the line looking to puddle sweep that ball fine. No contact, but the wicketkeeper and Harris didn't call it cleanly, but no harm done. So at the end of the over, Melbourne, after lost the toss, and were sent into bat, they are 84-4. So it's going to be Kevin Daly. Roll over Police with 7 wickets last weekend. This is short. Glenn is back, punching this one back to the bowler himself is Daly, who feels and there is no run. The score is kept on 84-4. Oh, is it called? Yes, it is. Kevin Daly makes an impact and a rightly impact and gets the big fish. Javal Glenn goes caught behind off the bowling of Kevin Daly, and Melbourne is in more trouble upon trouble. They are now 84-5. So the new batter is Shalom Parnell. He was included in the Jamaican Scorpion 14-man squad. A very good all-rounder. A very dangerous customer. But what an important breakthrough here by the Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. He removed the dangerous Javal Glenn. But I must make mention of the wicket keeping today of Ryan Harris exceptionally well. Wasn't an easy catch to take there, but he made it look very easy. Third umpire, Randy Nelson, make his way in the park, or onto the park, I should say, giving the two umpires a little drinks. That's Chris Wright, the darker of the two, and Chris Taylor, the fairer of the two. Nkuma Bonner is a leading run getter in the competition thus far. His team is out of the competition, but he's leading by 200 and other runs here, Sean. So Nkuma Bonner ended the competition last weekend with 523 runs. And the closest to Nkuma Bonner is Stephen Gilzine of the Jamaica Defence Force with 300 and other runs. So there's a far difference here. Third was Javal Glenn, and he was dismissed earlier. Shalom Parnell, I think, is second with wickets, if not, I'm not mistaken. Dennis Bulai is third. But the man from St. James in Walker, 4 matches for 21 wickets. The left arm seam bowler there from St. James. This is only short. Shalom Parnell is back and punching this one out to a straightish mid-wicket. Sheldon Cottrell is in the way, can't score. The score remains at 84 for 5. If you're just joining us, short. I beg your pardon, that was full. Shalom Parnell off mass on the front foot. Was pushing this one out to cover. Tyron Burton, who's having a game of his life so far, does the fielding. There is no run. Full deliveries, looking to force a drive the ball in the inner portion of the bat and trickles out to Sheldon Cottrell at a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Short, he's back and punching this one out to the captain himself, Kevin Daly, who feels and there's no run. So at the end of the over, the score reads 84 for loss of 5. What an important breakthrough here for the Jamaica Defence Force team by Captain Kevin Daly. So it's going to be Dennis Bolai to continue battle with Andre McCarthy, who's there for a pretty decent time, is McCarthy. Seen all bowlers thus far in the Jamaica Defence Force lineup. So the shot, McCarthy's back easy and elegantly. But drive this down to long on. Scorpion hope not having Gilzine is in the way, but can't prevent another single to the experienced McCarthy. Brings the total up to 85 for 5. Melbourne lost the toss this morning if you're just joining us. Abijay Mansing was leg before without scoring. Kimani Wilson, he made 3. Brian Brown, he made 3. And Sadiki Henry, he made 8. Those are the 4 batters. And last but not least, Javal Glenn, the captain of the Melbourne team, was brilliantly caught by the wicketkeeper Ryan Harris. He made 7. Full deliveries time. Parnell looking to drive that ball through the covers. Just pushing at the ball was Shalom Parnell. Ball at the inner portion of the button trickles out to the man on slip. Seemed to be Marlon Saunders. Flighted delivery time, driving sweetly past the man at cover into the boundary. It goes, yes, it goes sweetly time by Shalom Parnell. And a welcome boundary for the Melbourne team. Ball was just flighted up by Dennis Bulai. Easy pickings on the part of the youngster whose name in the Jamaican Scorpions 14-man squad. Good cricketer, good all-round cricketer is Shalom Parnell. Can hit the ball a long way once he gets going. And Melbourne would want him to get going today. Bulai could deliver this time. Parnell looking to turn that one towards the onside. Ball hitting on his boot and trickles out to cover. Sergeant Cottrell does the fielding. And there is no run. The score remains at 89 for 5. Beautiful afternoon here for cricket. Shot. Parnell is back, turning this one towards square leg. Leighton Leslie quickly off his feet to prevent any chance whatsoever for single. The Jamaica Defence Force team highly pumped. They would want to defend their title. Dennis Bullard with the number 25 in his back. Shot. Parnell is back, cracking this one nicely. Out to extra cover. O'Neal Weir is in the way, but can't prevent another single to the Melbourne total. So at the end of the over, the score reads 90 for the 1 for 5. Back to you, Sean.
Well, thank you very much, my good friend, Mr. Pinnock. As Melbourne trying to put on a good tally to defend, though. Can they do that? That's the best question that will be asked of these two batters. Parnell, McCarthy. Left-hander Parnell will be facing out to the bowling of Daly, the captain. He's taken 1 wicket so far. Quick delivery, well punched on the onside. No run scored off that first delivery. The field, though, long on and long off being implemented. Daly's second delivery of this over. Defensively, Parnell plays. Score stands at 90. Runs on the board. All the ball swung down the ground. High goes. The fielder comes around and watches it. Goes for a huge 6. Down the ground off the bat of Parnell. 6 runs to the tally. 96 runs on the board for Melbourne after they were sent in earlier this morning. So 96 for 5. Flighty delivery from the skipper himself, Daly. Punished by Parnell. Daly once more. In one on the offside. Thought about a single, though. Backward point running in, preventing the thoughts from becoming a reality. Daly. Defensively is Parnell. Quite satisfied with the 6 he has hit so far down the ground. Remember, there's a long on and a long off. Cover fielder coming in. All turned on the onside. Mid wicket is there. That signals the end of another over by Daly. Score stands at 96 for 5. The wickets to have gone. Man Singh, a duck. Kimani Wilson for 3. Brand Brown 3. Sadiqi Henry 8. And Javel Glenn, he made 13. Batters at the crease. McCarthy is on 29. And Parnell, he's on 11. Dennis Malai will continue from the Michael Holding end. Bowling to McCarthy. Shot. Punching through the covers. Brilliantly done. Into the boundary for 4 by Secchi. The two fielders went back and punched the ball into the cover cordon for 4. So 3 figures on the board for Melbourne after they were sent into bat. We are on the 28th over of the innings. Bolai once again to McCarthy. Bit short string on the pads, turning off the pads. They go through for 1. They'll think of a second. I think the thought has become a reality. So 2 more runs to the total. 102 on the board. As Melbourne, maroon vest, and maroon colors against the JDF. You thought the JDF would have been wearing green. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Brilliant delivery from Bolai. Coming forward, McCarthy. Defensively. Pitched and spun away from the right-hander. Flighted again, turned off the pads again. They go through for one. Will they come up for the second? McCarthy is on the way, but he's been sent back by Parnell, who was not moving at all. He stood his ground. And just one more run to the total. Bulai flighted, punched by Parnell down the ground to bring in the long off fielder to the play. 104 runs on the board. And now the run rate has stepped up somewhat from what it was before. Bulai to McCarthy. To the party, plays on the back foot, turns it on the leg side. They go through for one. Fielder coming off the boundary. You can notice that Parnell he's not great on running. He likes to be a ball batterer. Seems on the end of another over. And the score stands 105 for 5. That's Melbourne after they were sent into bat earlier this morning. JDF, they won the toss. McCarthy looking around, facing up to the bowling of Daly. Playing ball on the onside. Mid wicket coming to his left. A dot delivery to start off proceedings. And 29 pulling. It's McCarthy. The fielder is there, darting to his left, saving the boundary. And his foot was pretty close, though, when the ball was on his body. Pretty close to the ropes. But just a single that easily could have gone for 4. Fielder behind, deep backward square, darting to his left. That's Anderson. Maybe he should take up track of the field, though. Good sprinting from him. And the ball played down to the long field off the bat of Parnell. And one more run to the tally. Scoreboard ticking over. Score stands now at 107 for 5. Daly. Ball into McCarthy, going back and punching, can't beat the man back at the point. Misfield, though, allowing the batters to go through for an easy single in the end. They weren't very watchful. Not the greatest feeling at all being displayed a short while ago by Gilzine. The man with the bat in his hand can't do well in the field. The ball approaches it. I'm talking about his hand. Daly. Parnell turning off the pads. And for going for an easy single. Score now stands at 109 for 5. Quick delivery. Ball played down to the long on field off the bat of McCarthy. So one more run to the tally. Signal the end of another over. The 29th. And we see McCarthy making a signal to the players to say, oh, you want some water? Well, the Melbourne unit, they've picked up the pace somewhat. Haven't had a great partnership just yet. These two want to change that fate, which has been set by all the batters earlier this morning. Mansingh, the opener, did not stay around too long when he went for a duck. Bulai appealed for leg before, but that was outside the leg stump. McCarthy goes through for one thought of a second. And let's see the signal from the umpire. Did he touch the bat any at all? No, he did not. So umpire Taylor signaling leg by. One more extra, one more run to the tally. $111 for 5. Bulai to the left-hander. Parnell down the ground through the legs of Bulai. So one more run to the total. McCarthy looks on. Just one slip, backward point. Cover, extra cover. 112 for 5. Bulai just having a word. With West Indian representative Cottrell. Shot, pulling, brilliantly. 3 bounces before going over the rope. The square leg boundary for 4. That was a short delivery that needed to be dispatched. And McCarthy obliged. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat of McCarthy. We said before, run rate has stepped up. But stepped up in a long way. Backward point. Is watching as extra cover fielder coming around. $115 for 5. Bulai, flighty delivery. Oh, a little bit of movement there. McCarthy trying to follow the spin, trying to play it down to the third man region. But not much on that. Another dot delivery from Bulai. 116 for 5. Pardon me. McCarthy is on 45. Flighty delivery. Ball punched down wide of the man at Langon, who had to dart to his right. 1 more run to the total. 117 for 5. My good friend, Mr. Pinnock, is relaxing. Oh, I think he's relaxing more so than anything else. The 5 wickets to have gone down. If you're just joining our broadcast, Mansingh going for a duck. Kimani Wilson 3. So 2 Brian Brown making 3. Sadiki Henry 8 and Javel Glenn 13. As we look, 117 for 5. So at the end of this over, my good friend will take full control. Been bowled by Daly, the captain of the JDF, into the right-hander, McCarthy, who stands at 46. Parnell at the non-strikers end. The partnership has grown between these two. And Daly. Again, playing ball on the onside. Mid-wicket moving to his left again. Remember, there's no mid-on or mid-off. There's a long-on and long-off. Cover, extra cover, backward point. In the meantime, Daly. Again, this time in front of mid-wicket. They go through for 1. Again, the ball played on the onside. This time in a comfortable position for a single. Let's move down to 47. That's McCarthy, who's at the non-strikers end. Parnell, who's on 15, faces up to Daly. 118 for 5 is Melbourne. Ball played off the track into the hands of Daly, met with some applause by his teammates. Daly once again. Quicker delivery. Cutting. Oh, going over or under the fielder's arm. That's poor. As the batters, they come for 2 and it goes into the boundary for 4. That's poor. 122 runs on the board. That was poor. Oh, come on, Les. You have to do better than that. Ball went right under his was not a rocket towards the boundary, more so than a 1950s plane. Or go back to the Wright brothers when they had their plane. It was hit with that power. Brand. Parnell playing back the ball to the bowler as the over comes to an end. Score stands at 122 for 5. That's Melbourne. As they were sent into bat earlier this morning. McCarthy's on 47 and Parnell with him on 19. This is a Jamaica Cricket Association Limited Overs All-Ireland final at SABINA Park. My good friend, Mr. Pinnock, will take full control.
Thanks much, Sean. New bowler has been introduced into the attack from our commentary box end. O'Neill Weir, the bowler. Skipper Kevin Daly will want to break this partnership as soon as possible. Shalom Parnell look very in pack. Very, very determined player is Shalom Parnell. And the whole experience, McCarthy, look very good. Partnership building. Shot. McCarthy's back, cracking that ball sweetly through the covers for 4 runs. That was sweetly timed and caressed it through the covers for Andre McCarthy. Brings up his half century in fine style. The score reads 126 for the loss of 5. McCarthy is up to 50. Well played, Andre McCarthy. McCarthy showing his class, showing his experience. Anything is short is quickly to punch on, and that's what he did. So it's going to be weird to McCarthy. This one shot McCarthy's back. Easy as you can get them. Short that ball easy down to long on for an easy single. This partnership is building, Sean. It is really building. I tell you what, the Jamaica Defence Force team won't want this partnership to get out of hand. But at the moment, Shalom Parnell, 19 runs so far, look very compact. Up his drive in the spot through mid-wicket. Tyrone Burn is giving chance, but won't get here. Excellent bit of batting by Shalom Parnell. And this boundary continues to flow. My word, my word. The score is 129 for loss of 5 here, Sean. Excellent batting so far by Shalom Parnell and Andre McCarthy. I tell you what, the Jamaica Defence Force team won't want to relax here. This middle over stage and middle order batters of the Melbourne team is very crucial. Where to Parnell, who's getting a good delivery this time. He turns this one to a straightish mid-wicket. Skipper Kevin Daly is in the way. Can't score. 131 is the score. 131 for the loss of 5. Full delivery. Parnell is looking to force that ball through the covers. Ball in a portion of the bat and triggers out to the captain himself, Kevin Daly, at mid-wicket. 131 for loss of 5. Good delivery this time by Weir. So at the end of another over, Melbourne lost the toss this morning and were sent into bat. They are 131 for the loss of 5. Andre McCarthy, the main destroyer so far, having a pretty decent season. Came back for the Melbourne team for the last 3 games. Scored a century in that quarterfinals game. And now he's back here in this crucial finals at SABINA Park and getting a half century for his team. And well-deserved half century. His team was in a lot of bother this morning after Sheldon Cottrell removed Abijay Mansing in the first over and the 4th delivery in the first over. Kimani Wilson didn't last long after. He was the next opener. He was a leg before for 3. And Brian Brown, beauty of a delivery from the left-arm bowler, Tyrone Burton, he went for 3. Some correction here. 132 is the score. 132 for 5. Sadiki Henry. It was brilliantly caught by the wicket keeper of the bowling of Leslie. He went for 8. And Jafar Glenn was dismissed by skipper Kevin Daly. He went for 13. And Leslie's back in the attack for his second spell. First spell came here from our commentary box end. Now he's operating from the Courtney Walsh end. I will bowl into the well-set Andre McCarthy, who's on 52. At the non-strikers end is Shalom Parnell, recently included in the Jamaican Scorpion setup, and he's shown why he has been included with the bat as well. Leslie to McCarthy, getting a delivery. Surprise, McCarthy was looking to tuck that ball to the onside. Ball ballooned out to cover. Captain Daly moving across to his right to prevent any chance whatsoever of a single. So some slight adjustment been made in the field by the Jamaica Defence Force team. Extra cover coming in the circle. Deep mid-wicket goes back. And there is a straightish miss with mid-wicket being employed by skipper Kevin Daly. And Cottrell, who's coming from extra cover now, is at cover. Third man goes back. There's a slip. There's point. There's cover. There's long on. There's mid-wicket. Shot. Pulling his McCarthy. Ball. Excellent work here by Tevin Gilzine, diving away to his left. And applauded by his teammate and also the spectators. So another single to the total, which brings the total up to 133 for 5. Brings the youngster in Shalom Parnell in strike. Look very business-wise is Shalom Parnell. I spoke with him a few times, and it's clearly his plan is to go all the way. Leslie to Parnell, who's turning this one easy as Sunday morning to the vacant square leg for an easy single, which brings the total up to 134 for 5. Good, decent partnership building here for Melbourne. And Melbourne wouldn't mind this partnership goes right to the 58th over here, Sean. They're scoring easily. It's Leslie to McCarthy. Good delivery this time. McCarthy turns this one. There's a sharp single. Good running between the wickets as well by the two Melbourne batters. In particular, Andre McCarthy. Not young anymore is McCarthy. But age doesn't matter. Another single to the Melbourne total, which brings the total up to 135 for 5. Good rebuilding partnership here, as I keep mentioning, by the Melbourne batters. Good delivery, beaten outside the off stump was Shalom Parnell. Beauty of a delivery by Leighton Leslie. As you see on the replay here, just pushing outside the off stump. That was the whole swing there by Leslie. 135 for 5. Melbourne lost the toss this morning and were sent into bat. They lost 3 quick wickets. This time is Leslie there feel and fire that ball, hitting Parnell on his leg. But good sportsmanship between the two players. At the end of another over, score is 135 for 5. So there's a change of hand by skipper Kevin Daly. Daly is back from our commentary end. And he'll be bowling to McCarthy, the well-set Andre McCarthy, who's on 54. And Shalom Parnell is on 24. 135 for 5 here at this wonderful venue, SABINA Park. Shot. McCarthy helps this one on the way. Will it have the lengths to get to the fine leg boundary? The ball stops there. Cross for a second. Will they think about a third? No. So this is poor on the part of the Melbourne batters. What should be an easy 3 runs there, end up to be 2 runs. Score is up to a 137. 137 for the loss of 5. Badly line delivered there by Captain Kevin Daly. Daly to McCarthy. Shot. McCarthy's back and punching this one out to a straightish mid-wicket. Sheldon Cottrell is in the way, can't score. So the score is kept on 137 for 5. Shot. McCarthy's pulling the ball down to deep mid-wicket. A cross for 1. Excellent work by that fielder. Seemed to be O'Neill Weir. He was aware of his surrounding and did a pretty decent job for the Jamaica Defence Force team. Limits the batters to just a single. So the score is up to 138 for the loss of 5. And McCarthy up to 57. And Shalom Parnell now in strike, who's on 24. 138 the score. Shot. Parnell is back punching this one out to cover. Cottrell is in the way. Can't score. Another dot ball to Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. He's hitting the ball high, long. It's into the car park. That's a big shot on the part of Shalom Parnell. That's of some distance. That's a big shot. And this youngster continues to show why he was selected in the Scorpion team. Big shot. He's up to 30. And his score is up to 144 for the loss of 5. Big shot on the part of Shalom Parnell. That is some shot to remember. That was sweetly timed and picked up by Shalom Parnell and dispatched disdainfully over deep mid-wicket for 6. And I tell you before, this partnership is building. So 144 is the score. 144 for 5. So 9 runs so far from this Kevin Daly's over. The ball has been disappeared somewhere in the car park. So there's a change of ball. Umpire, you're not seeing third umpire, you're not seeing him on screen as yet, but he's coming out with some new balls. Two umpires for this crucial finals is Christopher Taylor and Christopher Wright. Both good umpires, excellent umpires. Chris Wright just recently came back from the Caribbean Premier League, where he did exceptionally well. So Sheldon Cottrell was included in the Jamaican Scorpions team. Dennis Bolai was also included in the Jamaican Scorpions team. Shalom Parnell was included in the Scorpion team. But I must make special mention of Shalom Parnell getting his first opportunity at the senior team level. And what a time to deliver. He's 30 runs, not out so far, and he came at the crease when his team was in a lot of bother. losing Abijay Mansing without scoring. Kimani Wilson, he made 3. Brian Brown, he made 3. And Henry, he made 8. And Captain Javal Glenn, he made 13. And then it was all Andre McCarthy and Shalom Parnell throws. So we are ready to resume. Skipper Kevin Daly seemed to have a problem with that ball. But 33.5 overs so far in the Melbourne innings. 144 is the total. 5 wickets. So Daly to Parnell. Short. Parnell is back and punches one up to the bowler himself, Daly, who fields, and there is no run. So at the end of the 34th over, Melbourne lost the toss this morning and were sent into bat. They are 144 for loss of 5. So it's going to be Leighton Leslie to continue from the Courtney Walsh end. Pretty decent spell so far by Leslie. That's the one boundary that was hit off Leslie. The special shot by a special play in Javal Glen. It went over mid-wicket for 6, but since then, it's all swing from Leslie. She's short, pulling, the ball is in there. Anderson settles, but he's been a spectator. It goes for another 6 off the bat of Andre McCarthy. So 150 comes up for the Melbourne team, and whoa, this partnership is really building. McCarthy and Shalom Parnell is having a ball here at SABINA Park. Wow, that was a shot. It was short, Sean. It was begging to be hit. And my word, did McCarthy oblige? Big shot on the part of McCarthy. McCarthy is into the 60s. Shalom Parnell is 30. 150 comes up for the Melbourne team. And we're on the 35th over. Been bowled by Leslie. Short. Cut this one. Just dropping short of O'Neill Weir at backward point. And there is no run. 150 for the loss of 5. 34.2 overs gone so far in this Melbourne innings. A slight adjustment been made in the field by Captain Kevin Daly. So the short fine leg, what was actually at fine leg boundary, has been brought in short. And backward point goes on the fence. So it's going to be Leslie to McCarthy. Short down the leg side. And Leslie losing it all around now. 151 is the total. 151 for 5. McCarthy is well set on 63. With him is Shalom Parnell, who I'm so impressed with is Shalom Parnell. Works very hard on his game is Parnell. Leslie to McCarthy. Short. McCarthy cuts this one easy down to third man. Tevin Gilzine is in the way, sends a decent enough return to wicketkeeper Harris. And another single to the Melbourne total. Push the total up to 152 for 5. McCarthy high up his second century of the season. If I'm making it right. Made a century against Manchester a few weeks ago, McCarthy. So he's in good touch. Talking about Shalom Parnell. I'm happy for Shalom Parnell to be in the Jamaica Scorpions 14-man squad. A real fighter, hard worker, very determined. Few words. Talk about Parnell. Leslie to Parnell, who's getting a delivery. Looking to force a shot. Beaten outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Harris. He's been doing a pretty decent job behind the stump so far for the Army men. I think it's 4 dismissals so far He's contributed two, if I'm not wrong. Leslie, there's 2 ball remaining is over. Shot. Parnell just turning this one easy as ever. For an easy single. This is good, aggressive cricket by the Melbourne team. Earlier, Melbourne were in a spot of bottom this morning, losing wicket in the first, the third, and the 5th over. And since then, Shalom Parnell and Andre McCarthy doing a fantastic job with the bat for the Melbourne team. 31 to Shalom Parnell. McCarthy is 64. Shot down the leg side. Excellent wicket keeping by Harris. But Leslie been losing his touch the last over 2 years, Sean. Not known for that is Leighton Leslie. Known for his swing bowling. But Parnell and McCarthy doing a fantastic job for the team in maroon. It's going to be Leslie, 1 ball remaining in the 35th over. Shot, McCarthy, easy as you can like. Just tap that ball where there's a vacant point and trotters through for an easy single. So at the end of the 35th over, Melbourne, after lost the toss this morning, are sent into bat. They are 155 for 5. Andre McCarthy is on 65 and Shalom Parnell is on 31. So it's going to be Kevin Daly to continue battle. He'll be bowling to the well set Andre McCarthy. McCarthy so far 65 and Shalom Parnell 31. A very crucial partnership indeed for the Melbourne team. The only shot. McCarthy's back punching this one past point. They're cross for 1. Will they think about the second? It's not on. Excellent work by Dietmar Anderson, but sends a wild enough return, and they're back for the second. Whoa, Anderson flew that ball so high that wicketkeeper Ryan Harris had no chance whatsoever of collecting that ball, and they are back for the second run. This is 4 on the path of Anderson. The score is up to 157 for 5, and we're on the 36th over. Good deliver this time by Captain Daly. McCarthy looking to force that ball into the outside. The ball chitters out to the man at slip in Dennis Bolai, who jogs across to his right to prevent any chance whatsoever of a single. Full delivery this time. McCarthy goes for wide, long off. 1-2 bounces into the boundary. It goes for lovely shot by Andre McCarthy. And Andre McCarthy is showing his class. He's showing his experience. And he's showing why he's so experienced. Sweetly timed shot, as you can see in the replay here. Sweet. As sweet as I get them by McCarthy. He's up to 70. And the score is up to 161 for the loss of 5 here at this wonderful venue here at SABINA Park. Shot, McCarthy's back, cutting this one out to point. Leighton Leslie is in the way. And there is no run. The score is kept on 161 for the loss of 5. Two deliveries remaining in the 36th over. So on the shot, McCarthy's back, trying to force that one through the covers. Ball trick is out to Jamaica Defence Force big fast bowler, Leighton Leslie. And there is no run. The score remains at 161 for loss of 5. Shot, McCarthy pulls the ball. Is it gone? Let's see the signal of the umpire. It's gone for another 6 off the bat of Andre McCarthy. That was short. It was begging to be hit, and McCarthy obliged. McCarthy is into the 70s, and the total is up to 168 for the loss of 5. Piss poor bowling on the part of the Jamaica Defence Force captain, Kevin Daly. McCarthy guides this one. Elegant. I tell you what, I'm telling you about the shot he spent. This one is the best of them all. That was elegantly played off the bat of Andre McCarthy. McCarthy is into the 80s here, Sean. And the score reads 172 for the loss of 5. Back to you, Sean.
So my good friend Marlon getting excited, and surely you should, though, to be honest, if you love the game of cricket. Andre McCarthy displaying some beautiful, exquisite shots on the day. Oh, that was caressed down to the boundary for 4 by McCarthy. So Sheldon Cottrell is back after bowling 5 overs on the trot earlier this morning. The left-hander is on 31. That's Parnell. The right-hander, McCarthy, he stands on 81. Tapping away at the crease is Parnell. Cottrell bowling from the Courtney Walsh end in this JCA all-round final. All the ball played on the onside. Confident Parnell. We're in the over 37. Melbourne 172 for 5. Not the greatest crowd here at SABINA Park. You won for JCA all-line and final. Limited overs. Cottrell. Oh, Parnell playing on the back foot there. Being very watchful on the onside once again. Backward point. Cover, extra cover. There's a mid-off and a long on. Mid-wicket. Backward square leg and a long leg. And also a third man. Cottrell. Defensively on the onside once again. Deliveries from Cottrell going into the left-hander. A bit of height, bit of pace. Coming back trying to cut the stem of runs or the flow of runs. He has done that so far in this over. Swing into the pads though, and a balloon off the pads went the square leg region. Looking at umpire right. What signal will come? Leg by now comes. That's a signal. One more run to the tally, but one more run in the extra column. 173 for 5. Left and right combination for Melbourne in this final. Melbourne started sluggish. Did not run out of the gates. Moved so in a wheelchair out of the gates. Lost wickets. Cottrell pulling out of the run-up. Such as Van Singh for Duck, Wilson for 3, Brown for 3, Henry for 8. Then Glenn was the last to go for 13. Since then, since the departure of the captain, has been a different Melbourne batting displays on this glorious Saturday. Cottrell punching in the cover. Sweeper coming off the boundary. One more run to the total. One more run off the bat of McCarthy. Score stands at 174 for 5. On delivery to go to close out the 37th over. Had bright sunshine for the entire morning. Into the pads once again. Cottrell bowling into the left-hander. A little bit of movement off the pitch to close out over 37. Melbourne, they're 174 for 5. McCarthy's on 82 and Parnell with him on 31. A reminder, they were sent into bat after JDF won the toss earlier this morning. So Cottrell has so far taken 1 wicket. Burton has taken 2, Leslie 1, and Daly 1. Those are the successful bowlers so far. A bowling change, and Burton has been brought back on, wearing the number 7 jersey. And Madam Pinnock apologizing for what I don't know. Marlon doing the right thing, though. But some music blazing in the backdrop, though. I don't know if any party will be here a little later on this evening. With that shirt you're wearing, Sir Pinnock, you'll be ready for any party. So you can leave from here and go to the party. Well, you won't be leaving from here. You'll just stay here to the party until it begins later this evening. So you're dressed for any occasion. Burton has so far taken 2 wickets, has been put back in the bowling.
Check, check. Welcome back to the Jamaica Cricket Association All Island Limited Overs Competition Finals. So the Jamaica Defence Force required 262 runs for victory. I guess some slow over rate by the Jamaica Defence Force team. So 261 was the final total. 262 is required for victory for the Jamaica Defence Force team. 2 batters in the middle. At the striker's end is Jamaican Scorpion opening batsman Tevin Gilzine, and at the the Jamaican Scorpion opening batsman, is at the striker's end, and Marlon Saunders is at the non-striker's end. Shalom Parnell, the bowler, shot. Gilzine pulls brilliantly down to the fine leg boundary for 4. It was short, and Gilzine pounced upon it nicely, and Jamaica Defence Force total is off and running. First delivery by Parnell, and Gilzine pounced upon it nicely. 4 runs to Tevin Gilzine and 4 runs to the Jamaica Defence Force team. Reminding you all, the Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss this morning and sent Melbourne into bat. Melbourne made 245 for 9 of their 50 overs, but a slow over rate by the Jamaica Defence Force team pushed the total to 261. Driving is Gilzine, just passing the middle field of the cross for 1. Will they think about the second? They cross for a second. Skipper Javal Glenn having some niggle injury. And they're back for the second run. So 6 runs on the board for the Jamaica Defence Force team. A positive looking Tevin Gilzine thus far. 6 runs from 2 deliveries. And the Army man up to 6 without loss in the very first over. Been bowled by Shalom Parnell. So skipper Javal Glenn, after 2 deliveries, after made some slight adjustment to the field, he's having an injury to one of his foot. So apparently he's going in the slip cordon, and Andre McCarthy who scored a brilliant 98 today for the Melbourne team, is out to mid-off. So Gilzine up to 6. It's going to be Shalom Parnell to Gilzine. Good delivery. Gilzine equal to the task. Push it back to Parnell. Who didn't feel keen, eh? Ball chick is out. And Cena does the feeling. There's no run. So the score remains at 6 without loss in pursuit of 262 for victory. Gilzine is on 6. At the non-strikers then is Marlon Saunders, yet to face the delivery thus far. Shalom Parnell has a brilliant innings today with the bat 46 to the Melbourne team. He's with ball to Gilzine. Shot. Gilzine is pulling. It's gone. It's Governor Tevin Gilzine is caught behind. He's not happy. And my word, Jamaica Defence Force lost their first wicket in the very first over. Gilzine goes caught by the wicket keeper Kimani Wilson for 6. And Jamaica Defence Force are 6 for 1. I would like to see that on the replay. I would like to see this on the replay here. For Gilzine is not happy. Gilzine caught by the wicket keeper Kimani Wilson. Umpire Chris Wright immediately came up with this decision. Let's see on the replay once more. Down the leg side, off his tripod. So Gilzine, unfortunately, was given out caught behind, but that ball hit his tripod through to wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson, and Tevin Gilzine is in discourse. So the new batsman is Captain Kevin Daly. Kevin Daly is the new batsman, captain of this Jamaica Defence Force team. Haven't gone past 50 this season strong. Is Captain Kevin Daly. Parnell will roll into Daly. Good delivery this time. Cramping Daly for room. Ball chick is out in front of Daly. Abijay Mansing does the fielding, and there is no run. The score is kept on 6 for 1. Tevin Gilzine. Oh my word. A poor decision on the part of umpire Chris Wright. It's going to be Shalom Parnell to Daly. Daly is looking to turn this one, wrapped in the pad. And a confident appeal from Shalom Parnell. But on this occasion, umpire Chris Wright not interested. So at the end of the first over, Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 262 for victory. They are 7 for 1.
I'm just butting in here. It won't take long, though. I know it was explained earlier on by my compatriot here regarding the total, because it was 245 for 9. That was a score set by Melbourne. However, as he said before, they were penalized because the cutoff time is 1:13. And at 1:13, the JDF had bowled 47 overs. So because they had to bowl out before 1:13, there were 47 overs. The penal, well, should I say, they were penalized, and this is how they were penalized. Run rate times over in deficit, pardon me. So the run rate times over in deficit, and it came up to 15 runs, and that's why it was added to the 245. So you may ask a question, you see 261 the total to get, and they made 245 because at that time at 1:13, the cutoff time, they had bowled 47 overs.
Thanks, my short. It's going to be Thomas to Daly. Short delivery down the leg side. And no ball spotted immediately by umpire Chris Taylor. So free hit to Captain Kevin Daly, who's one from 2 deliveries. So Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit now of 262 for victory. They are 8 for 1. Jamaican Scorpion opening batsman Gilzine was badly judged, caught behind down the leg side. At the moment, it's going to be Thomas to Dalish. Wide delivery. No ball signal once more by the standing umpire. So the free hit remains. So there's a leg gully in place. Unusual field here. There's 3 slip. There's a third man. There's a point. There's mid on. There's mid off. And there's deep backward square leg for Kevin Daly. I'm calling Gilzine because my word, he was badly judged. Caught behind down the leg side. Will this be costly? It's going to be Thomas to Daly. Free hit. Pulling the ball straight to mid-on. And the cross for 1. Remember, it was a free hit, so you can't out-caught. So the score is up to 9. And Daly is up to 2. Total is up to 10. So Marlon Saunders getting ready to take off strike for the very first time in this innings. Short delivery down the leg side. And wide signal. And quite rightly so. Bad line delivery there by Thomas. Thomas looking to go for more pace than line and length thus far in his 4 deliveries. Well, just 1 delivery so far. It seemed a long over from Thomas, or just a 1 legal delivery. Sun out in its glory. Thomas it is to Saunders. Wide delivery. All on Saunders, enticed about going for the big booming drive. No contact through to wicket keeper. The plan clearly of Thomas is to go wide outside the off stump to Saunders. So there's 2 slip, there's a gully, there's point, there's mid on, there's mid off, there's a leg gully, and there's deep backward square leg. Thomas it is to Saunders. Short. Saunders is pulling. The ball passes the keeper down the leg side for 4 runs. So battle line delivery on the path of Thomas. And Saunders acknowledge and get some bat on it, and it goes down to the final leg boundary for 4 more. So the score is up to 16. 16 for 1, and we are in the second over. Been bowled by Thomas. So this over so far, Thomas is all over the place here. Outside the awesome, down the leg side. This time it's a good delivery. Outside the awesome this time. Ball not coming through as Kimani Wilson, the wicketkeeper, would like. 1 bounce in front of him, but no arm done. This Jamaica Defence Force team batting throughout the whole competition. Haven't scored 262 runs thus far. This is the last game. This is the finals. We'll expect your players to come to the roof. Short. Saunders is pulling the ball through mid-wicket. The cross for 1. The cross for 2nd. Will they think about the 3rd? And they are back for the 3rd. Good run in on the part of the Jamaica Defence Force batters. So the score is up to 19. 19 for 1. If you're just joining us, the wicket to fall was Gilzine. Pulling after a delivery down the leg side. Ball hit off his tripod. And good catch by Kimani Wilson. But bad decision on the part of umpire Chris Wright. Going to be Thomas to continue to Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. Shot. Daly's looking to steer that one down to third man. Only guided the senior in the gully region. And there is no run. The score is kept on 19 for 1. Kevin Daly is on 2 from 6. And Marlon Saunders is on 7 from 3. None for 12 so far in Thomas' first over. Just the delivery remaining his first. Wearing the number 9 jersey is Thomas from our commentary box end to Daly. Good delivery. That's a beauty of a delivery. Pitch on the line of someone, go further away outside the off-some. So at the end of the second over, in pursuit of 262 for victory, Jamaica Defence Force team, they are 19 for 1.
Whoa.
So there's some correction here. The target is 261 for victory. Devin Gilzine was caught by Kimani Wilson of the bowling of Shalom Parnell. He went for 6. And Saunders is not out on 7, and skipper Kevin Daly is not out on 2. So it's going to be Shalom Parnell to continue. He'll be bowling this time around to Marlon Saunders. Short. Saunders turns this one nicely down to fine leg. The cross for an easy single, which brings the total up to 20 for 1. Now we're in the third over, brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike, who's 2 from 7 deliveries. If you're just joining us, earlier this morning, the Jamaica Defence Force team won the toss, sent in Melbourne to bat. Melbourne was in a spot of brother very early, and then a brilliant partnership between Andre McCarthy and the man with ball in hand, Shalom Parnell, massed them to 245 for 9. So it's going to be Parnell to Daly, who's getting a good delivery. Tucked him up, cramping Daly for room. Ball is trickles out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The score remains at 20 for 1. The wicket to fall for the Jamaica Defence Force team was Jamaican Scorpion opening batsman Tevin Gilzine, was badly judge caught down the leg side of the bowling of Shalom Parnell. Put some damp in the JDF dressing room. Could see it from this distance in the commentary box. It's Parnell to Daly, who's looking to force a drive. Shalom Parnell getting the ball to do a lot. Seemed to be getting the ball to in swing. I'd like to see this on the replay here. It seemed to me Daly was looking to drive off the up. The score remains, as you see on the replay here. Whoa. Big in swing there from Shalom Parnell. Big expansive drive on the part of Daly. You don't want to open your gate to a left arm swing bowler who's getting the ball to induct like that. But nonetheless, Daly lives to fight another day. This time he's turning the ball nicely out to deep backward square for an easy single. Scores up to 21 for 1. And we're in over number 3 in pursuit of 261 for victory. Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team, is 3 from 10 deliveries. Marlon Saunders is a captain, but not the captain of this team, he's captain of the army. He's 8 from 4 deliveries. Shalom Parnell so far 1 for 9. 2 deliveries remain in his second. Wow, full delivery. I tell you what here, Sean, Shalom Parnell is getting the ball to in swing a lot. As you can see on the replay here, You don't want to open up to this man. Wow. Fifth stump, thereabout. So there's two step. There's a short third man. There's backward point. There's mid off. There's mid on. There's a straightish mid wicket, a fine leg, and a deep backward square for Saunders. Got full delivery. There's a loud appeal. Not out, said by umpire Chris Wright. Seemed to be some bat involved there. That ball swung a lot. So at the end of the third over, the Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 21 for 1. Kevin Daly, the captain, is on 3 from 10. With him is Marlon Saunders on 8. So Shalom Point, 2 overs, no made 9 runs, 1 wicket. Thomas, 1 overs, no made 12 runs, no wicket. Thomas is back for his second over. Early bowling to Jamaica Defence Force captain, Kevin Daly. But there's 2 step, there's a gully, there's third one, there's point, there's mid off, there's mid on. There's a leg gully and deep backward square for Daly. Good delivery this time by Thomas. Kevin Daly is equal to the task. Just dropped it in front of him, and there is no run. The score remains at 21 I beg your pardon, for 1 wicket. I was going to say without loss, but unfortunately, Tevin Gilzine was badly judged. Caught behind down the leg side of the bowling of Shalom Parnell. I tell you what, he won't be a happy man is Gilzine. Good delivery this time by Thomas. Excellent bowling. He's bowling to his field now. Thomas's first over was very weird, but this time around he's bowling exceptionally well. So there's 2 slip for Kevin Daly. There's a gully, there's third man, there's point. There's mid on, there's mid off. There's a leg gully, and there's deep backward square leg. All in place for Kevin Daly. Thomas the bowler. Good delivery. Good line being employed this over so far. Kevin Daly want to play and he don't want to play here. A bit tentative is Kevin Daly. Haven't in the best of form with the bat thus far this season. But at the appointed time, the Jamaica Defence Force team need his captain today. It's either now or never for Captain Kevin Daly. Been with wickets so far this competition. The runs hard to come by for Daly. Full delivery is driving out to point. And there is no run. Fielder moving across to his right. And my word, poor backing up on the part of Andre McCarthy. This is piss poor. We call him Blabs. McCarthy the name. As you can see on the replay here. We call him Shark. Wearing the number 49 jersey for the Melbourne team. Played a brilliant innings today. He got 98 runs. Was dismissed by Gordon Bryan. Like before. It's going to be Thomas to Saunders, who's leaving this one outside the off stump. Saunders is an aggressive player by nature. It is good to see Marlon Saunders leaving some deliveries outside the off stump. This is what finals is about. This is what final is about. 22 for 1, 3.5 overs so far in the Jamaica Defence Force innings. Good delivery. Excellent second over by Thomas. So his first win for 12 and now his second win for just a single. Excellent comeback on the part of the youngster. So at the end of 4 overs, in pursuit of 261 for victory, The Jamaica Defence Force team are 22 for the loss of 1 wicket of Tevin Gilzine. So Gilzine was badly judged, caught behind down the leg side for 6. So it's going to be Shalom Parnell to Kevin Daly. This time he's turning this one. There's a chance for a run out. Where is Daly going? Just it was required. Kevin Daly was nowhere in the frame. And my word, senior missed from 10 meters. Suicidal looking single there on the part of Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. But he lives to fight another day. 22 for 1 in pursuit of 261 for victory. Shalom Parnell so far 1 for 9. 2.1 over so far. That on the wicket of Tevin Gilzine. This one is turned nicely to Ryan Senior. Made a meal of it. They threw for a single. We're in Senior, the main culprit there. The score is up to 23 for 1. And we're in the 5th over, being bowled by Shalom Parnell, 1 for 10 so far. Made 46 his turn with the bat for the Melbourne team. And immediately making an impact with the ball in his first over. Driving was Saunders. Ball at the inner portion of the bat. Goes to mid wicket. There is no run. 23 is the total. 23 for 1. As I mentioned before, the Jamaica Defence Force batting haven't been kicking all season long. This is a perfect opportunity for the team to pull together this afternoon. It won't be easy here, Sean. But at the moment, it's going to be Shalom Parnell to continue to Saunders. Driving sweetly. That ball passes the man at point. Will he have the chance to get there? Won't. 4 runs. Good looking shot there by Marlon Saunders. Opening the face of the bat and guided past the man at backward point for 4 runs. So the score is up to 27 for 1. And we're in over number 5. So Marlon Saunders in this inning so far has been very watchful, known for his aggressiveness, very aggressive player by nature. He's 12 from 10 deliveries. On the other hand, Captain Kevin Daly is 5 from 16 deliveries. This time he's guiding this one past third man. The cross for 1 there, back for the second. 36-year-old Andre McCarthy does some tidying up, but can't prevent another 2 to the Jamaica Defence Force total, which is up to 29 for 1. Brings Marlon Saunders up to 14. And at the non-strikers end is Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team. 5 from 16 deliveries. Minding you, the Jamaica Defence Force team are the defending champions of this competition. So they're in pursuit of 261 for victory. The only wicket to fall was Tevin Gilzine. It was caught behind off Parnell. Shot. Saunders pulls, no contact through to wicket keeper. So at the end of the 5th over, Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They're 29 for 1.
So there you have the stats coming through as The total to get is 261. This by the Jamaica Defence Force, who are the defending champions, Melbourne. We made 245. I'll explain that to you again, which happened earlier on. They were penalised, that's JDF, for taking a little bit too long to bowl, though. They should have finished by 113 this afternoon, but they did not. 29 for 1 is the score at the present time. Interesting happenings ahead, though. You may ask a question. 245 for 9 and then only 261. The penalization in terms of calculation, because there are 47 overs when it was 113, so they actually calculated the run rate times overs in deficit, and that brought up 15 runs, and because of the 15 runs added to 245 made it 260, and it's 261. That's a total set with the penalization as a bowler. It's made about on the track, though, to the right-hand batsman. So Comrie bowling from the Michael holding end, bowling to Daly. Daly's on 5 from 16 deliveries. Saunders 17 actually after facing that delivery. Marlon Saunders 14 from 12, and you may sound like Marlon Samuels, though, but don't get it twisted. It's Saunders. So I have to pronounce it Saunders correctly. People may say Samuels is back batting for JDF. When I turn on the onside in front of square, they go through for 1. That's Daly coming. The thought was there for the second, but it was not on in the end. So just one more run to the total. Let's move on to now 30 for 1. We're in over number 6. So the explanation given regarding that, in terms why 261 is needed. Comrie. Oh, pulling it's in the air. The fielder settles under it, comes around and takes a catch. And Saunders goes. He goes for 12. Caught by Andre McCarthy. Moving to his left. It peeled off the outer half of the bat. Spooned in the air. McCarthy came around to his left and took the catch comfortably. And the Jamaica Defence Force, the defending champions, they're just in a diamond spot, you may say, of bother. 30 for 2. Saunders goes for 14. So the new batter coming out. O'Neill Weir is a new batter coming out. So Gilzine went for 6. Call behind off the bowling of Parnell. Saunders caught on the bowling of Comrie by McCarthy. So 2 batters at the crease. Weir and Daly. So Weir will be facing Comrie, as the rules has changed. Not if you want cross anymore. Once a batter hits a ball in the air and he's caught, that's it. That's where you'll strike from. The next batter to come in, that end. So just a slip, though, for Comrie. Weir punches on the offside. It's a backward point. Cover. A sweeper on the boundary, long off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. And behind square. Also Golifilo. You may call him a short third man if you want to. Comrie bowling to the right-hander, covering up defensively. Plays the ball on the offside. I said by my co-commentator, Marlon Pinnock, the Jamaica Defence Force have not reached a total of 260 all season long. So they deeply rely on their bowling. Comrie again to the right-hander. Oh, that was beautiful just outside the off stump to close out the 6th over. The Jamaica Defence Force searching for 261 runs for victory. They're 30 for 2. Daly is on 6. And we're yet to get off the mark. He has faced 3 deliveries so far. To Parnell. Bowling to Daly. Yeah, so far taken 1 for 16, Parnell. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. That's a beautiful delivery, leaving the right hander, moving away. Wicketkeeper Wilson diving to his right. Taking that just in front of Seka to slip. Not a bad delivery at all. From Parnell, operating just in front of the Courtney Walsh, or from the Courtney Walsh end. Driving, but can't pierce the cover cord, and there's no sweeper though for Daly. There's a huge gap between backward point and cover. No extra cover. The fielder's gone back in a mid-off position, more so than cover. Pin ball on the outside, backward point is there again. 2 slips a gully, backward point. There is a long leg, mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on. Oh, there's a huge gap on the offside. And deep backward square. So you think, though, that Parnell will be bowling into the pads of Daly, will not be giving him any room at all, just outside the off stump. If he does, the intention from Daly will be punching through. Driving down the ground, but Minov coming across quickly. Not get a hold on that delivery, though. Daly, a dot delivery. Still the score stands at 30 for 2. Parnell. Ball turned on the onside. Still no run though. Mid-wicket coming in. Senior feeling in that position. Raywin was a dynamo when he was a youngster for Excelsior High. Scored double century and century in the under-19 competition. Coming up the ranks from the under-14, under-16 and under-19. Was sensational. Was joined by Kirk Mackenzie from St. George's College, moving to Excelsior in 6th form, and both were exceptional batters. They won the under-19 title. And was guiding though, oh, brilliantly done past a man at gully, diving to his right, cannot prevent the ball from going into the boundary for 4. Off the bat of Daly, that's guiding that delivery. A bad delivery that was from Parnell. We said before he can't stray from outside the odd stump. That he did, and was punished with a 4. 34 on the board, 34 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. Daly, he has gone on to 10, and Weir is yet to get off the mark. They're searching for 261 runs for victory. Just a reminder, though. So again, we'll keep on saying this in case are just joining our broadcast to watch the first innings where Melbourne, they made 245 for 9. However, that total was increased due to a slow over rate by JDF. The cutoff time was 113. By that time, they had bowled 47 overs. And because of that, they were penalized. And the calculation for that is run rate times overs in deficit. All outside the off stump. That delivery from Comrie kept a bit low, though. Umpire Taylor being very watchful. Moved away from the right-hander Weir, who's yet to get off the mark. Comrie. All this time into the pads, though. Pitched about middle and leg. And you saw that the delivery before was middle and off and turned away from the right-hander. So expect him, when he pitched middle and leg, to straighten or go away from the right-hander. There is some turn for Comrie. Bowled him. Simple as that. And I am just bamboozled like Weir. He saw the bowler was dropping the ball and moving away from the right-hander. He bowled that first delivery outside the ball, middle and off. It moved away from him. The second delivery, he bowled middle and leg. It moved into him. And the third, he bowled about mid, and it moved away. He swiped at it, missed all ends up, not reading it at all, and he goes for a duck. The JDF, as they say, they call it spot of bother. The spot is growing as we speak. 34 for 3. We're in the 8th over. They're searching for 261 runs for victory. So Diethmar Anderson coming in. After Weir was comprehensively bowled by Comrie. So far taking 2 for 1. Is it Diethmar? So you see D on your screen though, but his name is not D. That's a shortening. So the man is not D. I don't want you to see the man on the street and say, hey, D, what's up? And you come back to blame us. No, not at all. So it's actually... So I don't want to blame my good friend here in the production unit. Where's Diethmar actually Anderson? Well, great going for the Melbourne unit, who last won this event back in 2018. And they did defeat Jamaica Defence Force earlier this season. The one loss that they had this season, the defending champions. So bright and sunny it was this morning and into the afternoon. However, at this present time, some dark clouds are moving over SABINA Park. Comrie will be continuing from the Michael holding end. Moving to Anderson. Into the left-hander, punching on the offside. Backward point moving to his right. Met by some applause from the Melbourne spectators and also the players. Brilliant move in the field. Comrie again, punching brilliantly. Oh, into the boundary for 4. That was flighted. Beating the man at cover and mid-off. Oh, that was exquisite. All on the ground, trimming the grass here at SABINA Park like it needs to be done. Many people don't think so. But that was exquisite. Off the bat of Anderson, he's off the mark. 38 for 3. Look at that. Like a bullet from a gun. Here's Comrie once again. Flighted. Being very watchful is Anderson. To close out the 8th over. So the score stands at 38 for 3. So 38 for 3. This at the end of over number 8. Target 261. Parnell will be continuing. So Parnell will be continuing from the quarter wash end, bowling to Daly. 2 slips, backward a point. There's a third man. Short fine leg. Daly trying to pull that. He has to be careful. Mid wicket is there. There's no deep mid wicket. There's a deep backward square, but there's a huge gap on the leg side. From deep backward square, come all the way around to mid on. If he goes aerial and beats Raywin Senior, who is in a mid wicket position, he'll get a boundary with a 4 or 6. Score stands at 38 for 3. Parnell to Daly. Short. Soft hands on the offside. Backward point running in, preventing a single. He's trying to drop the ball on the offside to dart through for a single. Marlon Pinnock in the house. Shot, turn on the onside. Sino, mid-wicket position, being brought into the fray once again. Just 10 runs from 27 deliveries faced in Daly. Here's some thunder in the background. I'm hoping that thunder is not close. Parnell punching to no one. Mistimed. Miss everything. Misaimed everything. I told you before with deep backward square coming all around to mid on. I think that's where he's aiming in that direction. Trying to go the aerial route over the man at mid wickets or in between mid wickets and mid on. Trying to pull that delivery. But another dot delivery on the cards. A short fine leg has been set back to the boundary. Third man has been brought up into the circle. A short third man. Fine leg. Deep backward square. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Backward point, 2 slips. Parnell. Daly has tucked it around to the fine leg region, just wide of the fine leg fielder. Move to his left. Can't prevent the single from happening. So 1 more run to the total. Score stands at 39 for 3. Anderson, who played an exquisite shot in the last over, he'll be facing up to Parnell. So not on your screen though, but some plastic bags are blowing across the field. Birds are on the field. A well-manicured field though. You have to praise the SABINA Park Holdings or the JCA for the maintenance of the ground. Parnell was taken 1 for 21. One to the left-hander, turn it all around to the fine leg region. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they'll get. 1 more run to the total. 40 runs on the board, 40 for 3. Anderson here has moved on to now 5 from 5 deliveries faced. I think that's the end of the 9th over. So 2-6-1, that is the total to be set or to win this final. It was set by Melbourne and the slow bowling rate of the JDF. I think McCarthy is on. So bowling change. Comrie has been taken out. 2 overs so far, 2 for 10. And we see Thomas, they can none. So McCarthy, a leg spinner. Off spin, actually. So Comrades a leg spinner, though, and they thought that it wouldn't be penetrative enough bowling to the left-hander. So they brought on the off spinner in McCarthy. Playing the ball on the ground, not happy at all. Anderson thought he could have played another exquisite shot, which he did earlier on against Comrie. Deep mid off. Like the delivery. Oh, almost going through the gate though. That delivery from McCarthy. There's a cover, extra cover. Back with a point. Deep mid off. And long on. Mid wicket. Short fine leg. Flight to delivery on the pads. Half-hearted appeal though. More so coming from the first slip. But no idea where he got hit. Whether it was in front of wicket or on the leg side, which I thought he got hit on the leg side. McCarthy. Into the left-hander, being very watchful though. He expected it to turn away. Trying to sweep though, he has to be very careful on to find the man at short fine leg. Has to be careful. If he misses playing that shot, he will plumb. And Chris Taylor will have no choice but to lift that middle finger. Punching. Can't be the point fielder. That signals end of the 10th over. It's a maiden. The JDF searching for 261 runs for victory. They're 40 for 3. Kevin Daly, he's on 11 from 29. And Anderson 5 from 11. I'm going to hear from my good friend, the man in the pretty shirt today, Mr. Pinnock.
Thank you much, Sean. Good start by Andre McCarthy. Picking up from where we left off with the bat. And actually start with the ball. So it's going to be Comrie. 2 wickets to his name so far is the leg spinner. Comrie 2 for 5 from 2 overs. Andre McCarthy just the 1 over, 1 maiden. Parnell 5 overs, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Thomas 2 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. So it's going to be Matthew Comrie to Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. There's a slip in place. There's a ring on the offside for Daly. There's a straightish mid-wicket. There's long on, deep mid-wicket. All in place for Daly. Shot. Wrapped in the pad, a loud appeal. Umpire Chris Wright not interested. And quite rightly so. Ball was spinning past the leg stump. But Comrie 2 for 5 so far in his third. Just spinning past the leg stump. Well, not a bad shot here by the Melbourne cricket team. Melbourne Kangaroos. Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team, is 11 from 30 delivery. Shot, he's back, punching this one out to cover. Captain Javal Glenn is in the way, can't score. Score is kept on 40 for 3. Wickets to fall, Kevin Wickets to fall. Gilzine, he went for 6. Saunders, he went for 14. And Weir didn't travel the scores, but could deliver this time. There's a chance for a run out. This is not good running on the part of the Jamaica Defence Force. Batters hesitating. But in the end, they completed a single. So the score is up to 41. Another 220 for victory. Daly is up to 12. Brings Dietmar Anderson in strike. 5 and 11 deliveries. So Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 41 for 3. Gilzini went for 6. Saunders, he went for 14. And O'Neill Weir didn't score. There's a slip in place for Anderson. That's Comrie. Short. And this is looking to muscle that one over. Square leg, no contact. And a white signal by the umpire. It's umpire Chris Wright. And quite rightly so. 42 for 3. Captain Kevin Daly will want a win. And this is going straight as a die. Bang! It goes for 6. That was sweetly timed by Dietmar Anderson. And that goes straight as a die for 6. So the score is up to 48 for 3. Anderson is up to 11 from 12 deliveries. Big partnership needed here by these two batters. And that was a big shot in the hand by Dietmar Anderson. He's up to 11. Comrade, what will we respond? Shot. And this is back forcing this one down to long off the cross for 1. That's all they will get. Excellent work by Sadiq coming off a long off boundary to prevent any chance of a second run. So the score is up to 49. 49 for 3, and this is up to 12 from 30. 12 from 13 deliveries. Brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. 12 from 32. Full delivery. It's a quick single here. Good running. This is good cricket by Dietmar Anderson. So the 50 comes up for the Jamaica Defence Force team. 50 for 3. After 11 overs, Anderson is on 12, and Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force, is 13 from 33 deliveries. Another 211 runs required from 234 deliveries. Well bowled and nicely played in the end by Kevin Daly. And applaud Dietmar Anderson for his commitment to that single. Andre McCarthy is back for his second. His first was a maiden over to Anderson. Now he's bowling to Kevin Daly, the right-hander. His first over was to the left-handed Dietmar Anderson. So there's a slip. There's a ring on the outside for the right-hander. There's a straightish mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket. And a square leg. McCarthy to Daly. Daisy punching this one towards straightish mid-wicket. Captain Javal Glenn does the fielding, and there is no run. 50 for 3. The Jamaica Defence for flighted delivery. Daly stroked this one straight to the man at straight mid-wicket once more. It's Captain Glenn, and there is no run. Another 211 runs required for victory for the Army men. Shot. Daly's back. Tugs this one nicely out to deep mid-wicket. Cross for 1. They're thinking about the second. No, it's not on. Excellent commitment there by the fielder coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary to prevent any chance whatsoever of a second run. So the score is up to 51 for 3. And we're halfway in over number 12. Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team, is on 14, while Dietmar Anderson is 12 from 13 deliveries. McCarthy so far, just a run. Halfway in over number 2. Shot, and this is back punching this one out. McCarthy himself does the fielding, as you can see him on the camera. And there is no run. Brilliant innings today, McCarthy. Shot. Dietmar Anderson turns this one nicely out to deep mid-wicket. Just a single Seanox is quickly off the deep mid-wicket boundary to prevent any chance whatsoever of a second run. So the score is up to 52 for 3. And this is up to 13. Brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike, who is 14 from 36 deliveries. Good delivery this time. Equal to the task is Daly. Elegant looking shot down to long on for an easy single. Thomas coming off the boundary, but can't prevent another single to the Jamaica Defence Force total, which is up to 53 at the end of 12 overs. Kevin Daly is on 15 from 37 deliveries, and Dietmar Anderson 13 from 15 deliveries. Overcast skies here at this wonderful venue, home of cricket, SABINA Park. Look at the bowling charge. Shalom Parnell, 5 overs, no made, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Thomas, 2 overs, no made, 13 runs, no wicket. Matthew Comrie, 3 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, 2 wicket. And Andre McCarthy, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, no wicket. So there's a change of bowling. Seem to be Bolt, Sadiq Bolt, the brother of Usain Bolt. Both somehow saying shot. Captain Daly is back punching this one out. The bowler himself in Sadiq Bolt does a feeling, and there is no run. 53 is the total so far of the Jamaica Defence Force team. 3 wickets to fall. Shot Daly is back turning this one nicely to mid-wicket. They cross for one. Will they think about the second? They are back for the second. McCarthy gave some Aziz slide, but couldn't prevent a second run to the JDF total, which pushed the total up to 55 for 3. Daly is up to 17 from 39 deliveries. Anderson 13 from 15. Shot Daly is back and punches one out to mid-off. And there is no run. Overcast skies here at SABINA Park. There's a slip in place for Captain Daly. There's a ring on the offside. There's a straightish mission shot. Daly is back looking to cut. No contact through to wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson. So there's a straightish mid-wicket. There's long on. There's deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg all on the boundary for Captain Daly. 17 from 41 deliveries. Full delivery. Daly drives straight back to the bowler. Can't score. 55 for 3 in pursuit of 261 for victory. The Harmony man, the defending champions. Sadiq Bolt to Captain Daly is cutting his ball. Good work by the man at backward point seemed to be Thomas. So at the end of the 13th over, in pursuit of 261 for victory, the Jamaica Defence Force team are 55 for 3. 3 wickets to fall. Tevin Gilzine was caught down the leg side for 6. Marlon Saunders, poor shot. He was caught at mid-on. He went for 14. And O'Neill Weir played a wild shot and was bowled by Comrie without scoring. So 55 for the loss of 3 in pursuit of 261 for victory. And that out batsman is Kevin Daly, the captain of this Jamaica Defence Force team, who's on 17 from 43 deliveries. And the dangerous Dietmar Anderson was 13 from 15 deliveries. Ryan Harris, Leighton Leslie, Dennis Bolai, Tyrone Burton, Sheldon Cottrell, and Gordon Bryan all left in the hunt to bat. A long driving in the inner portion of the bat is Dietmar Anderson. Goes down to deep mid-wicket. First thing, he was looking to hit that ball over. Long off the ball, the inner portion of the bat, and Chick is out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 56 for 3. 13.1 overs so far. McCarthy, none for 4 so far, 2.1 overs. Brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. 17 from 43 delivers is Captain Kevin Daly. Need a captain's knock today, Daly. Shot. Daly's turning this one behind square. Good work by the fielder moving across to his right. Does well to prevent any chance of a single. Score remains at 56 for a loss of 3. Runner rate 4.2. Shot. Daly's back, punching this one to a straightish mid-wicket. I beg your pardon, there's 2 men at mid-wicket. There's a straightish mid-wicket in Captain Javalgan just to the right of the non-striker Dietmar Anderson. Shot. Daly's back, punching this one out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So pretty decent spell so far by McCarthy, backing up his brilliant innings with the bat. Shot. Daly's back, playing this one out to mid-wicket once more. And there is no run. 56 is the score thus far for the Jamaica Defence Force team. Reminding you, they are in pursuit of 261 for victory. Shot. Daly's back, turning this one nicely behind square. They cross for 1. They are back for the second. Will they think about the third? They're decided against it. So 2 runs nonetheless for Captain Daly and for the Jamaican Defence Force team. So after 14 overs, Jamaica Defence Force team in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 58 for 3. So it's going to be Sadiq Bolt to continue. He'll be bowling to Dietmar Anderson. And this is going straight as a dive for 4 more runs. What a lovely shot by Dietmar Anderson. I tell you what, once Dietmar Anderson stays at the wicket, runs will come easy for the Jamaica Defence Force team. But one thing for sure, he has to stay out there to get runs. That was sweetly timed. The score is up to 62 for 3. Anderson is up to 18 from 17 deliveries. A big partnership is needed here by the Jamaica Defence Force team. Shot. Anderson is back punching this one. More so going for power was Anderson. Nonetheless, a single. Good bowling so far by the Melbourne team. In particular, McCarthy. Been very economical so far. McCarthy, Sadiq Bolt, Comrie, and of course Shalom Parnell. Very disciplined indeed, this Melbourne team. Bring Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. 19 from 48 deliveries. Jamaica Defence Force this season haven't posted anything over 250 thus far. So what a time to chase down this total in a crucial finals. What's going to be Sadiq Bolt to Daly, who's turning this one nicely to the vacant square leg for an easy single. This is what is required by the Jamaica Defence Force team. A solid partnership. Partnership is required. Once you don't get any partnership, you won't get a result that you wanted or want. It's going to be Sadiq Bolt to continue to Anderson. Good delivery this time. Anderson is equal to the task. As you can see, Sadiq Bolt giving Anderson some some words. But excellent comeback here on the part of Sadiq Bolt. Good delivery once more, but Anderson equal to the task. Drove it nicely. Bat drive, full face of the bat being shown by Anderson. Brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. 65 for 3. In pursuit of 261 for victory. Anderson is up to a runner ball 20. Skipper Kevin Daly, on the other hand, It's 20 from 49 deliveries. Another 196 runs is required from 211 balls. Good delivery, searching outside the half stump was Captain Daly through to the wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson. So at the end of the 15th over, the Jamaica Defence Force team in pursuit of 261 for victory. They're 65 for 3. Back to you, Sean.
Well, thank you very much, my good friend, Mr. Pinnock. I'm looking all around, though, not becoming a weatherman this afternoon. Have to big up everyone watching or listening on the YouTube channel, dependent on what you're doing. But you may say that Melbourne are the favourites to take this title because of the position that were put in, or they were put in terms of on the bat and the bowling, slow bowling from the Jamaica Defence Force. But it's not over till it's over, you may say. Dark clouds, bleak conditions. But the cricket final is on. Jamaica Cricket Association Limited Overs Final. Defending champions JDF are fighting tooth or nail. Anderson facing up to McCarthy's. Oh, punching brilliantly. Oh, roll into the boundary for 4, cutting. And cutting exquisitely. Mr. Anderson. No, you've moved from Deathmar to Mr. That's brilliant by Anderson. Short delivery, though, by McCarthy. And he was punished. So McCarthy bowling from the Michael holding end. Now the fielder has been put on the boundary in the sweeper position. McCarthy, full of this time, swinging the ball down the ground into the George Headless sand for 6. Brilliant over the man at long on. Oh, Anderson. JDF supporters say, give me more. The Melbourne fielder has turned his back and looked in the stands once it left the bat of Anderson. He knew where it was going. McCarthy once again. Slow delivery. Punch down the ground to the man at long off. Comes off the boundary. Anderson has moved on to now 31. Score stands at 76 for 3. So Daly, the skipper for the JDF, looks all around though. Left and right combination is for the marching men. McCarthy, short, ball clipped off the pads of Daly, wide of the man at long on. Had to move to his right. As rotating the strike has brought Anderson back in the firing range. Now many persons may ask who is in the firing range. Is it Anderson or is it McCarthy? 12 runs so far from this over. With 2 deliveries to go, legal that is. And the JDF searching for 261 runs for victory. A target or a total they have not reached for the entire season. Oh, better deliver this to Anderson. Had to go back on the back foot. Was in 2 minds, Anderson. Well, that was a better delivery from McCarthy. Flatter outside the off stump. And that signals the end of the over. End of the 16th over. JDF, they are 77 for 3, searching for 261 runs for victory. The signal now being made for the water card to be on the field. Tevin Gilzine went for 6 of the bowling of Parnell. Saunders, 14 of the bowling of Comrie. And he'll wear a duck of the bowling of Comrie. Comrie has so far shone bright for Melbourne, trying to get a hold on the trophy they last held back in 2018. But they are in the driver's seat even before the first ball was bowled earlier this morning, or the toss was made earlier this morning, because they did defeat the JDF in the preliminary round. But many persons may say that was done and dusted. It's now time for the final. But in the back of Melbourne minds, they came into this match with a huge, huge advantage in their minds because of the win they had under their column over their opponents. They think they have them in the bag. But sometimes when you put things in the bag actually bursts a little bit too much. But at this present time, though, they are in the driver's seat. As we look at the total runs and for respective overs, how the runs chart has climbed. 65 to 77, 16th over. But the 3 wickets to have gone were Saunders and Gilzine. You may say Saunders contributed 14, reaching double figures. But Weir, on the other hand, with the Duck, did not look the part this afternoon, but has been somewhat, I'm talking about the JDF, fluctuating in terms of their response. A reminder of what has happened so far in this match. It was JDF who won the toss and elected to field. And that they did, putting in Melbourne to bat. Melbourne lost Abhijay Mansingh, a Duck of the bowling of Cottrell, leg before. Kimani Wilson, also leg before the bowling of Burton. We have Brian Brown, was caught for 3 of the bowling of Burton. Sadiqi Henry, he made just 8 to the total on the bowling of Leslie. Javel Glenn, 13. Daly, he took the wicket, caught by the wicket keeper, Harris. Andre McCarthy, 2 runs away from 3 figures. I just looked before the bowling of Brian. It was the Brian show thereafter. Leg before by Brian. Raywin Sina, 4. Was bowled by Brian. You have Parnell, 46. Caught Daly, bowled by Brian. And Sadiqi bowled just 2. Brian was the taker for both. Brian ended with 4 for 29. And Burton taking 2 for 31. 2 most successful bowlers for the JDF. However, at the end of it all, it was 245 for 9, end of 50 overs. But at that time, it was about maybe 135, 137. But the cutoff time was 1 minute and 31. 30 minutes past 1 was the cutoff time. And at that time, JDF had bowled 47 overs. So they were penalized for slow bowling, a slow bowling rate. And that brought up 15 extra runs. It was calculated run rate times overs in deficit. And there were 3 overs in deficit times run rate. And that brought up the 15 runs. 15 runs were added to the total of 245 for 260 to come about. If you're asking the question, how come 260 came about? That's how it came about. So the JDF, they need 261. If they were within the time allotted to bowl the overs, they would have needed 246. But because of the slow over rate from them, it's now 261. Daly looks all around. Oh, that's a Yorker length delivery. Brilliant. It was from Thomas. Showing Thomas from the quarter Walsh end. Length was perfect. Just a slip. A third man, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and there's a long leg. Thomas punched the ball down to the man at mid-on. They're darting for the single, and they got it. Was not hit firmly by Daly. And the fielder at mid-on had to move to his right, allowing the batters to go through for a quick single, which brings Anderson to the strike. He's on 31, Anderson. Daly, who's at the non-striker's end, is on 22. So I was saying before, football is in the air. Track of the field season completed. And on a glorious Saturday, if you're a horse racing fan, you journey over to Caymanas Park. It's all about sports happening in the beautiful island of Jamaica. Thomas to Anderson. Driving that full toss, but the man from mid-off moving to his left, preventing a run. Good fielding, though. Hit that hard, though, but had to go straight. But on to find the man at mid-off, moving to his left to prevent the boundary. Any run at all. That was a full toss by Thomas. Thomas once again. Anderson dragged it on the leg side. Mid-wicket, diving to his right. Hitting the inner half of the bat. He looks up to the sky. Maybe he's enjoying the weather. Because looking up to the sky doesn't change anything. But he thought he gave away some runs with those two deliveries. 2 dot balls in the 17th over. The third and the fourth. Short. Better delivery from Thomas. Thomas wanting to drive. Not Thomas, pardon me. Anderson wanting to drive. And Thomas not giving him the length to do that. Brilliant cricket all around. Thomas. Oh, he turned it fine, though. Brilliant. Into the boundary for 4. Tickling fine, you may call him. Just eased it around. The fielder was more so at the long leg, more so than fine leg. And into the boundary for 4. Off the bat of Anderson, who has moved on to now 35 runs. The score has jumped up to 82 for 3. See Chris Taylor in your sights, the umpire, with the back towards the camera. Threw the ball, though, not like a cricketer, although he did play some cricket back in his day. A knowledgeable individual when it comes on to the game. As Andre McCarthy will be bowling from the George Headley stand, continuing McCarthy. So McCarthy will be continuing from the Michael holding end. Just making adjustments in the field, though, but into Daly. Oh, the right-hander that turned away from the right-hander. Was that at the wide? Didn't see a signal there. We have touched the pad. Daly played the ball on the onside. Thought about a single, though. I don't know where he saw it, but he saw it somewhere. But Anderson was not fully convinced. Just took one step out of the crease and held his own. Oh, inside edge onto the pad. Almost going through the gate, though. There are some coaches in the ground telling the batters what to do. Play forward, he said. Play straight. Respective coaches inside the George Headley stand. As McCarthy again bowling to Daly. Going back and being watchful. A quicker delivery that from McCarthy. Ball played on the onside. Glenn doing the fielding. Angling the ball down to short third man region. The backward point moving to his left. Can't prevent the single from happening. So one more run to the total. One more run off the bat of Daly. Has moved on to 23. With one delivered to be bowled in this 18th over. Oh, the ball punched down to the long on fielder. They go through for one. And that should close the 18th over. So one more single on the cards. So 84 for 3. That's a JDF. The marching men. Anderson on 36. Daly is on 23. They're searching for 261 runs for victory. Although it has been bleak for some time now, we haven't seen any rain anywhere. And it's cool for the cricketers on the field. And if you're a swing bowler, this is what you love. Thomas will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to the dangerous, hard-hitting Anderson, who's on 36. Angling that ball wide. The man at third man. He's moved it to his left. So just one more run to the total. Was guiding that ball down to the third man region. So 85 runs on the board. 85 for 3. A reminder they're searching for 261 runs for victory. So my good friend, the calculator, is not working today. Mr. Pinnock normally carries his calculator. Or should I say adding machine. Thomas. Daly. Trying to punch him down the ground. Not mistimed. Mistimed effort that from Daly. Anderson's having a word with Daly as he backpedals. Thomas, string on the pads, clipped off the pads. They go through for a single. Oh, single on the cards. Anderson faces up to Thomas. Just 2 runs so far in this over from 3 deliveries bowled. Short, pulling, going right through to the wicketkeeper Wilson. Dot delivery met with some applause. Thomas continuing. Courtney Walsh end, mid-off and mid-on. A cover. Shot again. Waiting on that delivery was Anderson. Was slower delivery from Thomas. Surprised him somewhat. But still the score stands at 86 for 3. One delivered to go to complete this 19th over. As the marching men are searching for 261 runs for victory. This is the Jamaica Cricket Association All-Ireland Limited Overs Final. As you hear, helicopter passing over, the JDF helicopter actually. Oh, the ball popped above Anderson. No one is there. Square leg umpire moving as a batsman. They go through for one. Came off the pad and bat, though. That signals the end of the 19th over. Not in a spectacular fashion or particular fashion of the bat of Anderson. He gained another single. He moved on to 38. He'll be facing up in the 19th over. Will be bowled by McCarthy. Will McCarthy continue? Yes, he will. So looking at the bowling stats, Shalom Parnell have taken 1 for 22. This from 5 overs. Matthew Comrie 2 for 15 from 3. Those are the successful bowlers. Other bowlers used both 2 overs. In terms of runs, none for 9. None for 21 from Sherwin Thomas. McCarthy, none for 20. That's first delivery from Andre McCarthy. A dot delivery. Start of the 20th over. Bowling to Anderson. Hit on the pad, though, coming forward. A slow delivery, this from McCarthy. Anderson is looking all around the field. The wind was a little bit heavier earlier on, has died down somewhat. Flighted. Ball punched to the long off fielder, coming off the boundary. And go through for one. One is all they get. Anderson has moved on to 39. Skipper Daly looks around for this left and right hand combination. Is it working? So far it is for the JDF. Shot punched by the left outstretched arm of McCarthy. And they get another single. This time off the bat of Daly, who has moved to 25. Score stands at 89 for 3. McCarthy. One slip backward a point for left-hander. Into the pads, ball played down the ground. The long off fielder comes up. And one more run to the total. Anderson has moved on to 40 from 38 deliveries faced. Score has moved on to now 90 for 3. Daly looks around. Fed said, oh, Anderson started to go down the track. Wilson did not pick the ball up, but was sent back and he scampered home. No, his heart must be racing. Heavy at the present time. Should complete the end of the 20th over. The Jamaica Defence Force, the defending champions, searching for 261 runs for victory to take the 2023 JCA Limited Overs All-Ireland. This is the cricket title. Will they be able to do it? This is the final happening at SABINA Park. My good friend Mr. Pinnock will take you through the next 5 overs.
Thank you, Sean. Absolutely wonderful partnership so far between Captain Kevin Daly and, of course, the more aggressive of the two, Dietmar Anderson. Dietmar Anderson is not out on 40 from 38, while skipper Kevin Daly is not out 25 from 62 deliveries. So it's going to be Thomas to Dietmar Anderson. There's a slip still in place. There's third man on the boundary. There's deep backward square leg and deep backward point on the boundary. There's cover. Skipper Javal Glenn taking out the slip. That's Avijay Mansingh. And Avijay Mansingh is going to a backward point area. And the point, the backward point, is going to an extra cover field. So it's going to be Thomas to Dietmar Anderson. Short, Anderson is punching this one. Rather flat batting that one is Anderson. Look, seem to be Anderson. Blood is pumping very hard. 90 for the loss of 3. In pursuit of 261 for victory. The Army men. Minding you, the Army men lost 3 wickets this afternoon. Gilzini went for 6. Saunders, he went for 14. And of course, O'Neill Ware did not manage to score. Shot. Good delivery. There's a chance. That was quick. Lined it up. Anderson and the wicket keeper. Kimani Wilson diving away to his left. Seemed to be injured himself while diving. And Dietmar Anderson lives to fight another day. 90 for the loss of 3. We're in the 21st over of the Jamaica Defence Force innings. So Kimani Wilson is on the ground. For the moment, if you're just joining us this morning, look at the delivery once more. It was quick line up Anderson. Wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson looking to dive, injured himself. Seemed to be the right ribcage area. And he's on the ground. Jamaica Defence Force won the toss this morning and sent in the Melbourne cricket team, the Maroon Colours. They posted 241 for 9 and slow over rate by the Jamaica Defence Force team. Give them 15 extra runs. So they are chasing 261 for victory. The Army man, Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team. A bit on the slow path, 25 runs from 62 deliveries. But Dietmar Anderson, a runner ball 40. Decent partnership so far between these two batters. And of course, these two batters are the 2 recognized batsmen remaining in this Jamaica Defence Force team. Just the all-rounders to come. Wicketkeeper Ryan Harris injured himself earlier. A quick delivery from Sheldon Cottrell hit him on his left finger. It's going to be Thomas to Anderson. Shot, and this is pulling, no contact through to the wicketkeeper. A very aggressive start to this over here by Thomas. None for 21 in his 5th over. Run rate 4.39. Last over from McCarthy. That's the 3 runs. This Melbourne team looking to tighten screws. And the Army men. It's going to be Thomas to Anderson. Short. He's back driving. It's a quick single. Good running on the path of the Jamaica Defence Force batters. So single push the total up to 91 for 3. 2 ball remaining in the 21st over. And this is up to 41. Brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. Daly just to 25 runs, but in a very crucial partnership with the more aggressive Dietmar Anderson. As I mentioned before, partnership win your games. So Captain Daly would know that. I would want a big partnership with a big fellow. Aggressive player by nature is Dietmar Anderson. But at the moment is Thomas to Kevin Daly. Good delivery. Daly is equal to the task. He's playing a supporting role is Captain Daly. Haven't had his best so far with the bat in this competition thus far. He's 25 from 63 deliveries. Run rate 4.37. Thomas, none for 22 so far. Just 1 delivery remaining in his 5th. So there's a 3rd man on the bounce. There's a slip in place for Kevin Daly. There's point. There's cover there and mid off. Straightish mid shot. Screwing up. Daly looking to pull. Then decided against it at the last minute and just steered out to the man at backward point. And there's no run. So at the end of the 21st over, in pursuit of 261 for victory, the Army man, they are 91 for 3. So it seems to me McCarthy will be continuing from our commentary box anywhere in the number 49 jersey. A very experienced campaigner is McCarthy. We see that today with his turn with the bat today. He scored 98. Before he got a beauty of a delivery from Gordon Bryant. Now showing his experience with the ball for the Melbourne team. So there's a sip in place for Dietmar Anderson. There's point, there's cover, there's extra cover. There's long on, there's long off. There's deep mid-wicket, and there's a straightish mid-wicket. Short. And this is getting a ball on the line of leg stump, looking to clip that one through mid-wicket. No contact. The ball trickles onto his pad and out to the fielder. Sip seems to be Abijay Mansing. And there is no run. Short. He's back. Looking to turn. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Chris Taylor says not out, and quite rightly so. Good decision on the path of umpire Chris Taylor. The plan clearly from McCarthy is to bowl on the line of leg stump to Dietmar Anderson, not give him any chance of using. Good delivery this time by McCarthy. McCarthy into his 7th over so far, none for 23. Very economical thus far is McCarthy. Short. Anderson is back punching this one firmly, but straight to McCarthy, who does the fielding. No arm done. The score remains at 91 for 3. Anderson is kept on 41 from 46 deliveries. Short, quicker delivery, but Anderson was equal to the task. Came down quickly on it, because that one was fired in by McCarthy. And another single to the Army man total, which is up to 92 for 3. One delivery remain in the 22nd over. Bring Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. Flighted delivery. Daly came on the front foot and just stroke it out to a straightish mid-wicket. And there is no run to complete over number 22. So the end of over number 2, the Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 92 for 3. Kevin Daly, the captain, is on 25 from 64. And Dietmar Anderson is on 42 from 47. Andre McCarthy so far, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24. So it's going to be Thomas to continue to Dietmar Anderson. These two batters struggled throughout the season. I would like to play a main part today for the Jamaica Defence Force team. Short, and this is rather looking, well, a turn in this one nice if to a rather long leg fielding position. The fielder seemed to be Shalom Parnell, who does the fielding, and just a single to the total. Brings the total up to 93 for 3. Brings Dietmar Anderson up to 43, and brings Captain Kevin Daly back in strike. Thomas in his 6th over, none for 23 so far. Kevin Daly playing a captain's knock today. Thus far, partnership so far between Kevin Daly and Dietmar Anderson were 59 from 89. There's a loud appeal. Umpire not interested. Quite rightly so. That ball was handling down the leg side. Good decision by umpire Chris Wright. So run rate is 4.16. pretty close there. Kevin Daly seemed to be walking across his stump there, Sean. Thomas to continue to Jamaica Defence Force captain Kevin Daly. Good delivery. This time Daly is punching this one out to cover. Andre McCarthy does the fielding. And there is no run. The score is kept on 93 for 3. Batters remaining in the pavilion. Wicketkeeper batsman Ryan Harris suffered an injury to his right finger. Short ball from Sheldon Cottrell in the latter stage of the Melbourne innings. Leighton Leslie, Dennis Bulai, Gordon Bryan, Sheldon Cottrell. This delivery is tapped nicely down to third man Comries off the boundary. And he does well to prevent any chance of a second run. So the score is up to 94 for 3. 2 deliveries remaining in the 23rd over. Brings Anderson back in strike. Dietmar Anderson is 43 from 48 deliveries. Last over from McCarthy, just a single. So this is good bowling on the part of Andre McCarthy. Showing his experience, showing his class. Another 167 runs required from 164 legal delivery. Sean, calculator is out. Definitely it's going to be Thomas to Anderson. Anderson is back and punching this one out to Thomas. Seems like there's an issue with the bat there of Dietmar Anderson. I've not seen this in a cricket game for some time. 2 batters changing bat. So Anderson, bat is broke, as we rightly see. He's 43 from 49. Pulling the ball is gone. Is it gone out of SABINA Park? Yes, it does. Dietmar Anderson goes big. That's over. Deep backward square leg. It goes down to the bottom of SABINA Park for 6. Anderson is up to 49, and the score is up to 100. So the 100 comes up for the Jamaica Defence Force team. Wow. I would like to see this on the replay. That was a big shot on the part of Anderson. As you can see on the replay here, I would like to say Kevin Daly's back that shot. Wow, massive. That's over arc high. Big shot on the part of Dietmar Anderson. He's up to 49. And the score is up to 102 for loss of 3. I beg your pardon. Thank you, my scorers. 100 for the loss of 3. Dietmar Anderson is up to 49. What a time. That was ferociously hit by Dietmar Anderson. Very aggressive player by nature. So the new bowler from our commentary box N is Sadiki Bolt, a brother of Usain Bolt. Yeah. And he will be bowling to the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team in Kevin Daly. There's a slip in place, there's point, there's cover, there's long on, there's long off, there's a straightish mid-wicket. Daly punches one out to mid-wicket. McCarthy, 36-year-old McCarthy, is in the way, can't score. So Sadiki bowled in his 3rd over, none for 9. He'll be bowling to Daly, shot. Daly is looking to dab. Ball is trick is out to the man senior at point. And there is no run. 100 for 3, the Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. So another 161 runs required. Short. Daly's back looking to cut, no contract through to the wicketkeeper Kimani Wilson. Good bowling here by Sadiki Wilson. See Dietmar Anderson punch him down the ground for 6, and from there on, came back very strong. This is short. His back is Daly and punching straight back to Sadiki Bolt, and there is no run. We're in the 24th over so far. 2 deliveries remaining in the 24th. Sadiki Bolt to Daly. Short. Spinning back into Daly, and Daly tried to create some room. However, the ball spun into him. Cramping Daly for room. Trickles out to mid-wicket. McCarthy does the fielding. And the score remains at 100 for 3. And we're in the 24th over. Short. And Daly's forward. Plays easy. So at the end of the 24th over, Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 100 for 3, with Captain Kevin Daly is on 26 from 74 deliveries, and the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen, Dietmar Anderson, is on 49 from 50 deliveries. So we're going to have a change of bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. Seem to be Abijay Mansingh. So Abijay Mansingh will be bowling to Dietmar Anderson. So there's long on, there's long off, there's deep mid-wicket, there's backward square. There's a slip in place, there's a straightish mid-wicket, there's cover, and there's backward point for Dietmar Anderson. The partnership between Kevin Daly and Dietmar Anderson were 66 runs so far. Dietmar Anderson scoring majority of the runs, 49. Wow. Kevin Daly, at the other hand, contributed 16 thus far from 50 deliveries. So it's going to be Abijay Mansingh to Dietmar Anderson. Short. And this is pulling the ball out to deep mid-wicket. They cross for 1. That's all they will get. Shalom Parnell is in the way and does extremely well to prevent any chance whatsoever for second run. So the score is up to 101 for 3. And we're in the 25th over. So Jamaica Defence Force team required 160 runs from 155 legal deliveries. Back in strike is Captain Kevin Daly. Short. Daly's back and punching this one to straightish mid-wicket. Can't score. The score is kept on 101 for 3. No sunshine here at this beautiful venue, the home of cricket, SABINA Park. Good delivery this time. They will equal to the task. Punching this one out to a cover region. The wicketkeeper, Kimani Wilson, jogs across, does the fielding, and there is no run. So Dietmar Anderson is on 50. From 51 deliveries. Short. Daly is stagnant on the front foot. That was a short delivery. But Daly planted it on the front foot. It could have easily came back and punched that ball easily down to long on for a single. But instead he's planted his feet. Abijay Mansingh so far 4 deliveries and just a single. 3 dot deliveries to Kevin Daly so far. Short. Daly's back and punches one out to point. Diving Comrie can't prevent a second run. So the score is up to 103 for 3. 1 delivery remaining in the 25th over. So the Army man required 158 runs for victory. 151 legal delivery. So it's a runner ball here on for the Jamaica Defence Force team. Final delivery coming up in the 25th over. Flighted delivery. Captain Daly looking to whip that ball towards the onside. Didn't succeed in the end. So at the end of the 25th over, the Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 103 for 3. They required another 158 runs from 150 legal delivery. Dietmar Anderson is not out on 51, and Captain Kevin Daly on 27. Back to you, Sean.
Well, thank you very much, my good friend Pinnock. A 261 is a total that JDF needs to get. They're 103 for 3 at the end of over number 25, so they've reached the halfway mark in terms of overs if they are to utilize all 50 overs. Anderson unbeaten on 50 from 51 deliveries. Daly, the captain, with him on 28 from 79. Bolt to the left-hander, pulling brilliantly. Oh, that went flat 6 behind square of the bat of Anderson. The first delivery bowled by Bolt. Short, pulled 6. So the score, 109 for 3, Anderson on 56. Some adjustments made in the field. Bolt bowling from the Michael holding end. Just one slip though, a backward point. There's a cover, sweep on the boundary. Mid-wicket. Short third man region. Short, pulling once again. One bounce this time into the boundary for 4. Another short delivery by Bolt. Same treatment, however, 2 runs less. The first was a 6, while the next was a 4. 10 runs from the first 2 deliveries, bowled by Bolt, his 4th over. 3.2 with 19 runs, no wickets. Anderson, he has moved on to 60. And the JDF, they're marching on 113, pardon me, for 3. So the fielder has gone way back. This time he goes the other way, peeling out the outer half of the bat. Man at long off, darting to his right, they go for 1. They come back for the second. Will they go for 3? They're taking on his arm, and he misfields, so 3 runs of the bat of Anderson. Peeling out the outer half of the bat, going on the offside. Fielder at long off had to go to his right. No one else moved. Everyone else was in the circle. So 13 runs from the first 3 deliveries. Anderson has moved on. 6-3. Started this over at 50. Bolt bowling to Daly, the captain of the JDF. Short, angled the ball down to the third man region. Oh, the fielder was brought in. The ball is slowing up. They go through for 1. They come back for the second. And it's all they get 2. So that shot outside the off stump from Bolt. Bolt is all over the place though. So it's going down. Maybe a single will come next. 6 the first, 4 the second, 3 third, and 2 the fourth. Let's see what happens now. Going to be a dot ball, flighted. Ball played down to the long on fielder and a single, as predicted. Daly has moved on to 31. Score 119 for 3. Anderson has caused the majority of the fielders on the onside to be going to the boundary. Bolt short, punching down the ground to the long off fielder. That signals the end of the 26th over. And they've scored 16 runs off that over. A free hit. A free hit. So that was a no ball. So Bolt bowling to Daly. Missing everything, and he goes through for a dot delivery. So, score stands at 120 for 3. And the JDF searching for 2 6-1 runs for victory. The JCA, Jamaica Cricket Association, All Island Limited Overs Final. Man Singh will be continuing from the Cornwalsh end. Is it Christmas in the air? Here's some Christmas music in the backdrop. Daly, he's on 31, Anderson on 63. But it will be Anderson to face up to the bowling of Man Singh. So Anderson facing Man Singh. Tickling fine, Justin. Square leg region, they go through for 1. One more run through the total, bring Kevin Daly on the mark. So that was Anderson making that single. So Daly will be facing up. This is Man Singh. Man Singh going to Daly, punching down the ground past the outstretched arm of Man Singh. One more run to the total, one more run to Daly. Right and left hand, a combination. Working well for the JDF. They've upped the ante somewhat in the last couple of overs. Now Anderson will be facing. Oh, Anderson, take it to the skies. It's going, it's going, it's gone. A huge 6 off the bat of Anderson. He continues to flourish. He has moved on to 70 and he has changed his gloves. The deep extra cover region. The fielder at, or deep mid-wicket region, pardon me. The fielder at long on stood his ground and watched like he was at the Norman Manley Airport looking at the airplanes taking off. Partnership between the two, 94 runs. So they're going to be looking for some balls to replace the one that was hitting the stands off the bat of Anderson. He means business, though, to be honest. 128 for 3. The two umpires, you see 2 Chris's. Chris Wright, Chris Taylor. They're not related anyway. Don't think he can be related by first names. But who to tell? A lot of things are happening in the world. So Addison checking the ball. So to Daly. And they throw it back to Man Singh. So that went in the deep mid-wicket region. Here's the left-hander once again. Man Singh. Oh, that rushed onto him. A quicker delivery from Man Singh. A dot delivery from Man Singh. The ball played on the onside. So umpire Wright just speaking to the captain of Melbourne. He's making a signal to also the square leg umpire and Taylor. And dragged it on the leg side. Find a man at mid-wicket. Javel Glenn is there. A dot delivery. Man Singh once again. Pulling brilliantly. There's a fielder there darting to his right on the boundary. He gets only 1. Deep mid-wicket region. It's 1 more run to the tally. That signals the end of the 27th over. And Anderson has moved on to 71. While Daly's with him on 32. 129 for 3. We are the end of over 27. Both batters are going strong for the JDF. Daly has been the anchor in this partnership. Between the two players, Anderson flourishing a little bit more though, as you see. Anderson is on 71 from 61 deliveries, and Daly 32 from 82. The batters to have gone back to the pavilion. Tevin Gilzino opened the innings. He went for 6, while Marlon Saunders went for 14, and O'Neill Ware did not trouble the score any at all with a duck from 5 deliveries faced. Extra 6, target 100. And how much? Or 200, pardon me. And 61. So Ray Wincino will be bowling. As stated before, was an exceptional talent at the young age. Under 19 represented the West Indies. Under 15 represented the West Indies. National under 17. Senior pulling on to the run-up. Played on the same high school team with Kurt McKenzie. Kurt McKenzie has gone on to the West Indies senior team. Anderson looking on. Taps away. Senior from McOdin. Shot. Pulled to the man at long on. It's all on the ground. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. Of a short delivery though. Not taking the aerial route. Anderson. At the start of the 28th over. Just a single. Daly, he looks on. Senior. Flighted. Oh, been very watchful is Daly, though. Better line, better length from Senior. You may say the first delivery was just a warm-up. A dot delivery. In his first over, though, of this match. Short again. Punch down to the long on region. Another single. This time from Daly. The JCA limited overs all Islander final at SABINA Park. Senior to Anderson. Short. Pulling. And it goes into the boundary for 4. That was dealt with. That's a poor delivery from this young man, Senior. String on the leg side. Passes the man. The short finding region into the boundary for 4. So 4 more runs to the total. 126 runs needed from 134 deliveries. The head somewhat. Can they keep it up? Senior once again. Short again. They said that he's caught. He's gone. Anderson is gone with a poor delivery from Senior outside the off stump. Swiped at that delivery. Kept a bit low. In the edge of the bat, says umpire Taylor. And Anderson goes for 76 from 63 deliveries. Caught by wicketkeeper Wilson. Not a happy camper at all. And the JDF losing their 4th wicket with a score on 135. He must be disappointed with a poor delivery like that, short and wide. Swiped after that delivery. And it brought a wicket to Senior. And Melbourne. The partnership between the two. So Leslie is a new batter. LNL, you may call him. As stated by my co-commentator. First match for the season. First match for the season for Leighton, listen. Getting a nod. Bowled well in his first spell. However, when he came back for the second, was not as accurate. Melbourne, they're in the driver's seat once again. For level proceedings, 135 for 4. Can Leslie change the fate? Can he pick up from where Anderson left off? Senior. Flighted delivery into the left-hander. Punching down the ground, the field by the bowler to close out the 28th over. The JDF searching for 2 6-1 runs for victory. They're 135 for 4. Saman Singh will be continuing. From the quarter watch end, bowling to Daly. All played back up the track, fielded well by Man Singh. So the score stands at 135 for 4. Going back and punching on the offside. Front of point. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. It's 1 more run to the total of the JDF. 136. Daly, he's on 34 from 86 deliveries. When I look at his stats, you wonder if it's a 1 day or a 5 day. That's poor, though, by the captain, to be honest. In the 1 day arena, their strike rate cannot be that poor in a short version game. Man Singh, Leslie being very watchful, pulled away like he wanted to cut that delivery. The ball went right through to wicket-keeper Wilson. A quicker delivery that was from Man Singh. Ball played to the right. Man Singh just darting across, preventing the single. So 3 dot deliveries so far with a single coming off his over. This is the 3rd over of Man Singh, none for 13 so far. And Singh to Leslie. Oh, he's beaten outside the out stump. Leslie never knew what happened a while ago. He felt for that delivery. I'd love to see that again, though, to be honest. Let's look at it again. Leslie looked on. He was feeling for that, playing for that as a straight delivery. It moved across. Was left in no man's land. Flighted, driving, past the man at point. It goes close to the boundary. 2 fielders are after it. And it stops pretty close to the ropes. They go through for 2. They come back for the 3rd. And that was close. The ball slowed up somewhat, just about half an inch front of the rope. So 3 runs to the total, 3 runs to Leslie. As you look at the replay, it's almost there though, but you wonder where his foot was when he touched the ball. Was in the air? Was it on the ground? And I'm talking about his left foot. Was it over the rope? On the ground, that is. But 3 runs to the total of the JDF. But that was a brilliant, brilliant field to stop the boundary. Sadiki Bolt. In the meantime, Senior with a slow delivery to Leslie. Putting into the left-hander. All smiles from Senior. He's a happy camper, getting a wicket in his first over. Punching brilliantly again by Leslie. It will slope again as they go through for 1. They come back for the second. Not the strongest at all, Leslie. But he's trying his utmost best. Taps away a slip. Short fine leg. Backward of square. Backward of point. Cover, extra cover. There is a long off fielder and a long on for the left-hander. So having a word from his captain Daly, giving him instructions. Are they the right one or not? We will see in a very short while. Cena again. Trying to play the ball on the onside though. And I think the instruction that was given to the left-hander. You have a stack offside field, you have a slip, you have a backward point, you have a cover, you have extra cover, you have long off. There's a huge gap on the onside. Try play it and go for the single. Cena once again to Leslie. And try to turn it. Leg side, short fine leg being brought in the play. It's a no ball. It's a no ball being bowled by Cena. And a free hit, this is. Cena overstepping. Rolling to Leslie, flighted. Swing the ball high in the air. Remember, it's a free hit. And they'll go through for 1. So Glenn taking the catch, but the batters won't go anywhere. 1 run to the total. It's a free hit. We told you before that Leslie is not the strongest at all, but he tries his best. That's all you want from a player in whatsoever sport that you have. Senior, flighted. Daly playing on the offside to bring in backward point. No runs scored. That signals the end of the 30th over. And the score stands at 143 for 4. Leslie's on 6 and Captain Daly is on 34 as they're searching for 261 runs for victory.
So it's going to be Abijay Mansingh to continue from the Courtney Walsh end. You'll be bowling to Leighton Leslie, former captain of this Jamaica Defence Force team. Vast experienced player is Leslie. Did pretty well with the ball, but he's turned with the bat. Mansingh to Leslie short. Leslie's back driving this one out to extra cover. Misfield here by Sadiki Henry. And they're through for another single, which brings the total up to 144 for 4. Bring Leslie up to 7. Bring Captain Kevin Daly back in strike, who's 34 from 87 deliveries. So it's going to be Abijay Mansingh to Captain Kevin Daly. Full delivery, driving sweetly. Elegantly looking shot up to long off for another easy single to the Jamaica Defence Force total. And of course to Kevin Daly, the captain. He's up to 35 from 88 deliveries. Brings Leighton Leslie back in strike. Down the leg side, poor wicket keeping by Kimani Wilson. Let's see the signal of the umpire. 4 leg by is the signal. So 4 important runs to the Jamaica Defence Force total, which is up to 148 for 4. Bad line delivery by Abijay Mansing, as you see on the replay here. Keeper have no chance whatsoever. Brushing the pad of Leighton Leslie. And down to the vacant fine leg boundary goes for 4 runs. So Abijay Mansing, none for 17 so far in his 4th. Down the leg side once more. Kimani Wilson skipping down the leg side but not collecting cleanly. And a wide signal by umpire Wright. And quite rightly so. Umpire Wright recently came back from the Hero CPL where he did pretty well. It's going to be Abijay Mansing to Leslie. This one is stroke out to mid-off area. Sadiki Bolt this time diving across to his left to prevent any chance whatsoever of a single. So Jamaica Defence Force 150 comes up. 150 for the loss of 4. Reminding you, if you just joined, Melbourne made 245 for 9 and a slow over 8 by the Army men. 15 extra runs, so they are chasing 261 for victory. Andre McCarthy was short. Leslie's back and cracks this one back with a point. Is it racing towards one? Will it get there? Yes, it does. 4 runs to Leighton Leslie. It was short. It was wide. It was begging to be hit. And Leighton Leslie does give it the treatment for 4 more runs to the Army man. Finally, the shackle break for Leslie. 154 for loss of 4. And we are in the 31st over. Finally, the shackles break for Leighton Leslie. Abijay Mansing, none for 23 so far. 1 delivery remain in his 4th. Leslie's up to 12. 12 valuable runs to the Jamaica Defence Force total. And Captain Daly, on the other hand, playing an anchor role for his team, is 34 from 89. Full delivery this time. Leslie's equal to the task. Playing back along the pitch. Abijay Mansing does the fielding. So the completion of 31 overs, Jamaica Defence Force team in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 154 for loss of 4. So there's a change of bowling. Seem to be Comer coming back. So as you look at the batting chart, Gilzini went for 6. Marlon Saunders, he made 14. Captain Kevin Daly is still there, not out on 34. O'Neill Weir didn't trouble the scorers. Dietmar Anderson play a cameo, brisk innings of 76 with a loose shot outside the off stump. Gift is wicket away to senior. And Leighton Leslie just came to the crease. He's not out on 12 from 15 deliveries. So it's going to be Matthew Comrie with figures of 2 for 15 so far. He'll be bowling to Captain Kevin Daly. Good delivery this time. Daly's equal to the task. Elegant looking. Compact player is Daly. He's on the front foot and stroke it out to extra cover for an easy single, which brings the total up to 155 for 4. Daly's up to 35 from 90 deliveries. So it's going to be Matthew Comrie to Leslie. Flighted delivery. Elegantly looking shot by Leslie. Tough character is Leslie. He's a fighter. Tough fighter, character. Tell you about Leslie, he's a boxer. He used to box for the Jamaica Defence Force team. So there's no nonsense player. Good delivery this time. Daly does run it off the face of the bat down to short third man. Looking a single was Captain Daly. Well, Leslie wasn't interested, and quite rightly so. Another 105 runs required from a 111 legal delivery. Good delivery this time. He's steering out to point. Cena is in the way, can't score. 156 for 4. If you're just joining us, Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. Shot. Daly's back and cracks this one out to extra cover. The one coming across does well, but can't prevent a second run to the captain, Daly, who pushes up to 37 and push the total up to 158 for 4. And one delivery remaining in the 32nd over. So another 103 runs required from 109 legal deliveries. Shot. Daly's back. Getting a quicker one from Matthew Comrie. No harm done. So at the end of the 32nd over, the Jamaica Defence Force team in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 158 for 4. Captain Kevin Daly is not out on 37 from 94 deliveries, and Leighton Leslie 13 from 16 deliveries. So at the water break, the wickets to fall was Gilzine. First, he went caught down the leg side of the bowling of Parnell. He went for 6. Saunders softly caught at mid-on of the bowling of Matthew Comrie. He went for 14. And of course, O'Neill Weir was bowled by Matthew Comrie. He went without scoring. Dietmar Anderson earlier just dismissed for 76. A lazy looking shot outside the off stump. But a decent partnership between Dietmar Anderson and Captain Kevin Daly really put the soldiers in a good position to win this crucial Jamaica Cricket Association limited overs competition. And reminding you all, Melbourne haven't won the competition since 2018, and the Jamaica Defence Force team are the defending champions of this competition. Let's look at the batting score chart. So, as I mentioned before, Gilzine was caught by Kimana Wilson of the bowling of Shalom Parnell. He went for 6. Marlon Saunders caught Andre McCarthy of the bowling of Matthew Comrie. He went for 14. O'Neill Weir was bowled by Comrie for a duck. And Dietmar Anderson was caught by Kimana Wilson of the bowling of Ramon Senior for 76. The not-out batsman is Captain Kevin Daly, who is on 37, and Leighton Leslie, who is on 13. Let's look at the bowling chart. Shalom Parnell, 5 overs, no made, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Thomas, 6 overs, no made, 30 runs, no wicket. Matthew Comrie, 4 overs, no made, 19 runs, 2 wicket. Andre McCarthy, 7 overs, 1 made, 24 runs, no wicket. Sadiq bowled 4 overs, 1 made, 26 runs, no wicket. Abijay Mansingh, 4 overs, no made, 23 runs, no wicket. And Rearing Senior, 2 overs, no made, 10 runs and 1 wicket. That wicket of Dietmar Anderson. So the Jamaica Defence Force team won 58 for 4. Required 103 runs more for victory. So at the moment is drinks break here at SABINA Park in this crucial limited overs finals between these two consistent teams in the competition thus far. Melbourne haven't lost a game thus far in the competition, and the Jamaica Defence Force team lost 1 game. And of course, the only team to beat them was Melbourne. So revenge it seemed to be. But it's good to see the wicket-keeper batsman who got an injury on his right finger, Ryan Harris, back in his pads. So Shalom Parnell is back for his second spell. Got the first wicket this afternoon, the wicket of Gilzine. So we'll be bowling to Leighton Leslie. So 158 is the total. 158 for 4 in pursuit of 261 for victory. Shalom Parnell so far 1 for 22. Run rate so far for the Jamaica Defence Force team 4.94. 103 runs required from 108 legal delivery. Captain Kevin Daly is there, 37 from 94 deliveries. And Leighton Leslie is not out, 13 from 16. So it's Shalom Parnell to Leslie. Short delivery down the leg side. Look to see the signal of the umpire. Leg by is a signal. Brings the total up to 159 for 4. 102 required from 107 deliveries. Bring Captain Kevin Daly in strike. He's there for some time is Captain Daly. 6 deliveries short of facing 100 deliveries in this inning so far. So he's well set at the moment, 37 runs to his credit. 159 for 4. So it's going to be Parnell. Here's a third one. There's a ring on the offside. There's a straightish mid wicket. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a fine leg mid on and mid off for Captain Kevin Daly. Short delivery, stabbing this one out to point. Abijay Mansing is quickly off to prevent any chance whatsoever of a single. So the score remains at 159 for 4. Needed a further 102 runs from 106 deliveries. The Army man. Melbourne, on the other hand, needs 6 wickets to claim victory. They haven't won this competition since 2018. The Melbourne Kangaroos, led by Javal Glenn. Good delivery this time. Is punch up to mid-off. Daly thought for a few seconds of a single, but decided against it. But Thomas was quickly off to that ball to prevent any chance whatsoever of a single. Shalom Parnell, 1 for 22 so far. 3 deliveries remaining in 6. Pretty decent figures for Shalom Parnell. Short delivery, edge, flew over the keeper's head. That was quick, but one thing for sure, it is 4 valuable runs to the Army man. So the score reads 163 for 4. I would like to see that on the replay here. That was quick. Whoa, absolutely quick. Kevin Daly, the captain of the Jamaica Defence Force team, had no clue what was happening, but into the boundary it goes. My word, wicket keeper Kimani Wilson flew up. Couldn't pull off a catch, so another 98 runs required from 104 deliveries for the Army man. But on the other hand, Melbourne Kangaroos need 6 wickets for victory. Parnell to Daly. Daly is looking to turn. It's a quick single. Good aggressive running by Leslie. And another single to the total, which brings the total to 164 for 4. Another 97 runs required from 103 deliveries. Daly is up to 41 from 98 deliveries. And in strike now, left-handed Leighton Leslie. The warrior, we call him. Very good fighter, good character is Leighton Leslie. He's 13 from 17 deliveries. 97 runs required from 103 legal deliveries. Shot down the leg side. Leslie looking to clip that one on the way through. Didn't connect. So at the end of the 33rd over, Jamaica Defence Force in pursuit of 261 for victory. They are 164 for 4, needing a further 97 runs for victory. And Melbourne Kangaroos need a further 6 wickets to claim title here at SABINA Park. So it's going to be Matthew Comer to continue. Main destroyer so far is Comer, 2 for 19. Other wicket taker Shalom Parnell, 1 for 22. And of course, senior, 1 to his name. Luffy delivery, Daly drives nicely, elegantly up to long off for an easy single. This is an absolutely brilliant knock today on the part of skipper Kevin Daly. Haven't seen or heard season for Kevin Daly. What a time to deliver crucial finals. He's 42 from 99 deliveries. Shot, Leslie's going. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. Leighton Leslie broke loose here at SABINA Park. And that goes over wide, long on for 6. 171 for loss of 4. And Leslie's up to 19 from 19 deliveries. Big shot on the part of Leighton Leslie. He's going straight as a die. 6 more to Leighton Leslie. Is up to 25 from 20 deliveries. And the Army man are marching to victory. As you look at the replay here, that was flighted delivery. Free hit there for Leslie. All day long he will score that. That was sweetly timed. Look at that. That's in the heart. Come on, Mr. Comrie. So 84 runs required, 99 legal deliveries, 6 wicket for the Melbourne Kangaroos. Flighted outside the off stump, wide signal immediately by umpire Chris Taylor. And Leslie in his normal friendly fashion is jeering Comrie in a wide delivery nonetheless. So another 83 runs required from the Army man. 99 legal deliveries. 178 is the score. 4 wickets so far. Saunders, Gilzine, Anderson and Weir. Leslie's back driving this one easily. Out to extra cover for a single. Which brings the total up to 179 for 4. Another 82 runs required from 98 Legal deliveries. Brings Captain Kevin Daly. He's doing a fantastic job batting through this innings for his team. Just a delivery from 100 deliveries. His shot is low, appeal kills it. He's given Matthew Comrie a strike from that ball left Comrie, and that ball kept low. Daly was looking to pull that ball through the onside. The ball didn't get up, and Kevin Daly faced 100 delivery, and the 100 delivery, he goes back to the pavilion leg before off the bowling of Matthew Comrie for 42, and Jamaica Defence Force team now 179 for the loss of 5. So the new batter for the Jamaica Defence Force team is wicketkeeper Ryan Harris. So another 82 runs required. 5 legal wickets. And Melbourne Kangaroos required 5 wickets for victory. Comrie 3 for 34 in his 5th. Ball keep low on Captain Kevin Daly. And of course that ball would crash into leg stump. So the new batsman is wicketkeeper Ryan Harris. Shot. He's back. Punching this one out to extra cover. They cross for 1. Will they think about the second? No, it's not on. Excellent work on the part of senior. So at the end of the 34th over, in pursuit of 261 for victory, the Army men are 180 for the loss of 5. Leighton Leslie is on 26 from 21 deliveries. And Ryan Harris just the 1 delivery, the 1 run. Matthew Comrie 3 for 34 from 5 overs. So it's going to be Parnell to continue. And he'll be bowling to wicketkeeper batsman Ryan Harris. He's bowled. Oh. He's bowling. So Ryan Harris is bowled. My word, he jogged it on. Let's see this on the replay. Let's see this on the replay here. So the new batsman is Dennis Bolai. So Shalom Parnell so far 2 for 26. And Matthew Comrie 3 for 34. Main destroyer so far for the Melbourne Kangaroos. So Jamaica Defence Force team, the Army men, 180 for 6. Run rate so far 5.27. 81 runs required from 95 legal deliveries. It's going to be Shalom Parnell to Dennis Bulai. Dennis Bulai was included in the Jamaican Scorpion 50 over team. But on the other hand, Shalom Parnell also is in the squad. While we're facing up to Parnell is Bulai. So there's a third man, there's point, there's cover, there's mid on, there's mid off, there's deep mid wicket, there's deep backward square leg, short delivery, immediately a loud appeal. Umpire not interested. So Sean, as we look at the field here, the plan clearly to bowl short deliveries to Dennis Bulai. So 81 runs required, 94 legal deliveries. So the plan clearly is to bowl short pitch deliveries to Bulai. Swing on a miss by Bulai. That ball was full outside the stump. Big booming drive on the part of Dennis Bulai. No contact through to wicket keeper Kimani Wilson, who immediately looking wickets, threw the ball back on the stump. Luckily, Dennis Bulai was in his crease, so no harm done. 180 for the loss of 6. 2 quick wickets here, Sean. Captain Kevin Daly, and of course wicketkeeper batsman Ryan Harris. So just the bowlers remain in this Jamaica Defence Force team lineup. Short delivery. Immediately signal 1 for the over. The square leg umpire, Chris Taylor, to the standing umpire, which is Chris Wright. 34.3 over so far. 0.4 over so far in this Jamaica Defence Force innings. 180 is the total. 6 wicket. They're lost. Jamaica Defence Force. 3 bowlers remain in the hut to bat. Gordon Bryan. Short delivery down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. Let's see the replay here on the big screen. So Shalom Parnell, 2 for 26 so far in his 7th. Matthew Comer, 3 for 34 doing the damage for the Melbourne Kangaroos. Full deliveries driving his Bulai. Out to mid-off can't score. So in pursuit of 100, of 261 for victory, the Army men 180 for loss of 6 and made a wicket over from Shalom Parnell. So another 81 runs required from 90 legal delivery. Back to you, Sean.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Pinnock, as it gets harder and more difficult for the Army men to attain the 261. Well, they're still at it. They're still trying. They're not giving up, though, to be honest. Not necessarily the season which you can point to. This is the great batting team, but you can point to this team, the Army men of the JDF, to say it's a great bowling team. But can they defy the odds, the team that they lost to in the preliminaries? Can they get the better of them? Can they overhaul their task at hand? That's a big question on hand. It's going to be McCarthy. Look on the scorecard here. Leslie not out on 26. Dennis Bulai yet to get off the mark after facing 5 deliveries. Last man to go was who? The captain, Daly. Harris, pardon me. He left the party early, but Daly was the instrumental anchor, which that spiked my memory. He made 42, but the fact is that he was there for a very long time trying to anchor the innings. He looked at the umpire. 400 deliveries, actually. So he looked at the umpire, but I thought he was plumb. plum. Bowling to Leslie is McCarthy. Swinging the ball, dragging it on the leg side. Behind point, going through for a single. He wanted to swing the ball down the ground, though, as he hit 2 sixes earlier on. One over long on, one straight down the ground. Seems like he likes this end of the wicket. Bolai will be facing up to McCarthy. The score stands at 181-46. McCarthy looks on. It's field for Bolai. Short third man, back with a point. The sweep on the boundary. Cover. Punching the ball past the man of cover. Diving to his left. It's allowing the ball to pass though, but the batters going through for a single. So 2 singles on the trot for the JDF. They would need a lot more than that though, to be honest. But they want to warm up as we saw them happen earlier on. McCarthy will be bowling to Leslie. He's looking all over the ground. He is comfortable at that end. McCarthy into the pads. Bolai is scampering down. The wicket had to be sent back. Wilson, the wicketkeeper, came around to his left, took off his glove, ready to throw at the non-striker's end, realizing though that Bolai would have reached back to his crease. McCarthy. Ball played back to the track, down the track by Leslie. 2 dot deliveries. 2 runs so far from 4 deliveries in this 36th over. Quicker delivery on the pad. Ball turned on the onside. They go through for 1. Are they coming back for the second? Yes, they are coming back for the second. The throw at the non-striker said they're appealing for run out. And the umpire says, does not lift his finger. There's Melbourne are celebrating. Bolai stands his ground. Chris Taylor, the umpire, says, no, he's not out. We want to see that again, though. We want to see that again. Was he in line, though? He was behind the stumps. I thought he was behind the stumps more so than in line. Let's watch it again. Ball played on the onside. Coming back. That was close. That was close. That was close. Could you just rewind it again? I don't want to kill the producer somewhat. That was indeed close. They're coming back for the second. Look at it now. Look at it now. The bat's in the air. That's. He was not dragging the bat on the ground. Was landing the bat on the ground. That was close. But I am not right beside umpire Taylor. But he made the decision. He made the call. Whether right or wrong, I'll stand beside him. So that's the end. Is that the end of the over, though? Was that no ball earlier on? Because that should be 6 deliveries. To the pad. I'm going to be confused, though, to be honest, because there 2 singles at first, there were 2 dot balls, then they ran the 2, and then a single. So, I don't know. So, what you see on the screen is correct. What you see on the screen is correct, because there are 2 singles, first 2 dot balls, and then they ran the 2, and then a single. So, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if a no ball was in there while I was watching proceedings and persons were appealing. I don't know, but anyway, whether or not, well, that was close. That was close. From our angle, though, we can't tell you if he was out or not. But umpire Taylor was at a better angle. As you look back on. They go through for 1. Look at it again. When the throw is made at the non-striker's end, it's slowing down. It looks tight. It looks tight. When the bails came off, McCarthy collected the ball when the bat was in the air. The hand was coming down. When the hand hit the wicket, the bat was still in the air, but when the bails was removed, that's another thing. In the meantime, we watch proceedings here. That was close. Start to the 37th over. Single made by Leslie. From the first delivery from Parnell. .186. Bulai looks around. More known for his bowling more so than his batting. Mid off and mid on. Cover. Backward point. Big gap between the two. Ball punched over. Yes, it goes over the man at mid off and rolls into the boundary for 4. I held my breath somewhat because I thought it would have been taken. The fielder was backpedaling. I was not able to hold on to it. It goes into the boundary for 4. Was in the air for a long time. Peeled off the outer half of the bat. So Andre McCarthy made an attempt. Maybe if he had taken one step back, one more step back, he'd have caught that. But he did not. So the JDF, they're marching on. 190 for 6. We're in the 37th over. Jamaica Cricket Association, this is the limited overs final at SABINA Park. Parnell. Bulai once more. Oh, that should be a wide. Oh, hits the gloves and goes into the boundary for 4. 5 wides. 5 wides. So 4 hits Wilson's glove, could not hold on. So 5 wides to the total. As you look again, that was poor, way over the head. So Parnell losing the plot. Melbourne just needs to settle down as the Jamaica Defence Force are giving it all that they can. 195 for 6. Parnell, all leg side wide. Signal by Chris Wright, the umpire. Another wide. 2 consecutive wides from Parnell. We said before he has lost the plot. But seems like not losing it, maybe he did not know where it was in the first place to lose it. 65 runs from 82 deliveries. This is a final. Cover, backward point. Here's a third man and a long leg. Going to the right hander. It peeled out the outer half of the bat. It's in the air. The fielder runs left, right, and left, and it's dropped. The opportunity is dropped. The captain of Melbourne, Javel Glenn, as the batters they cross for 2. It peeled out the outer half of the bat, was in the air for a long time. He looked left, he looked right, and then slowing down, it thought it had all covered, went into his hand on the edge of his fingers, and he dropped the opportunity for removing another batter from the JDF. Bulai. 2 more runs to the total. Again, Parnell from the Courtney Walsh end, bowling to Bulai. No change in the field. Putting the ball to the vacant extra cover region. They go through for 1. And they're coming back for the second, though. Don't know what got into Leslie's head to think that there was a second on. Fielder backward point, darted to his right. And stop the second run from happening. $14 runs so far of this 37th over. So Leslie taking his guard. Has he not been at this end of the crease? Well, Parnell will be bowling to Leslie. He's on 31 from 27. A lot of persons in the Kingston Cricket Club are on their feet. Ball driven down. Oh, the batter's at the other end. And the throw made to Wilson. And it will be Leslie who is out. Bulai was watching. It was not his call. It was not Bulai's call. Leslie played the ball down to the middle fielder. Bulai was watching where the ball went. It was Leslie's call to make the run. And Leslie is upset, which he should be. And a wicket has gone down because that would have been an easy single. Let's look at it again. JDF loses their 6th wicket. Play the ball. Bulai looked and Leslie almost reached the ground. It was Leslie's call, not Bulai's. And he's not a happy man at all. 199 for 7, pardon me. Gordon Bryan is the next batter in. And the JDF, marching as they are they marching home or the winner's circle? It's a march nevertheless. But we're getting ready now for the closure of this 37th over. Gordon Bryan, 62 runs needed from 79 deliveries. Well, many may say they never need to lift their bat though, to be honest. But that was not lifting a bat. That was played to the middle fielder. And they could have scampered through for a quick single. Even the throw was wide. But Bulai, I don't think he enjoys the quick singles. But 3 wickets for Melbourne. 62 runs from 79 deliveries for JDF. Parnell continues from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Bryan. Bryan punching brilliantly past a man up mid-off into the boundary for 4. Oh, that was sweet. That was beautiful. This by the man who just got in, Gordon Bryan. He's off the mark with the first delivery he has faced into the boundary for 4. So score now. I'll have to check it with the official scores though, to be honest. 203 for 7. 58 runs needed from 78 deliveries. We have been on the mark though, to be honest. I have to commend our scores here. They have been on the mark from this morning. But as the game winds down, we have to get the nod from the official scorers. Will be Mansingh continuing. He was bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. Now he will be bowling for the Michael Holding end. And bowling to Bulai. Mansingh, short, pulling is Bulai. There's a fielder there, and it goes through his arms and his hands and goes into the boundary for 6. So 6 of the batter, Bulai. Wow. I thought he had reached it. That's Thomas. Darting around the boundary, right through his hands for a 6. 209 for 7. That was short from Mansingh. Mansingh once again. Better delivery. Blaipane on the offside, going through to backward point region. They go through for a quick single. That's what you should have done in the first place. That's what the JDF supporters are saying. If you had done that, Leslie still would have been there. Mansingh, short. Oh, little turn, and that ball played in the backward point region. They go through for a quick single. Brian, he is in a no-nonsense mood. He's running for everything. He's moved on to 5, scored 211 for 7. Appeal for leg before. Taylor just walked away. That's umpire Taylor. Mansingh. Going into Bulai. Short. Pulling his Bulai. Up, up, and away. It goes further than it went before. Oh, my word. That's a huge hit by Bulai. Thomas was there looking on like a spectator. Another 6 by the big man, more known for his bowling prowess. Into the scoreboard. That's not working. Mansingh. Oh, watchful is Bulai, watchful is Bulai, watchful is Bulai. Then he comes down the track to just shows what he should have done with that delivery from Mansingh. So the score, impressive score so far from the JDF. They have stepped it up somewhat. In this Jamaica Cricket Association final, look at the scorecard, 217 for 7. And 2 batters there. Dennis Bulai, he's on 21 from 14 deliveries faced. Gordon Bryan on 5 from 2. So we'll see the bowler being introduced for Melbourne. Sir Comrie being put up to the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Bryan. Outside the off stump, that was close to wide. Umpire Wright looked on keenly. That's a good delivery from Comrie. Start off the 39th over. 217 for 7. The JDF needing 2-6 to 1 for victory. The JCA All Ireland Limited Overs final. This time onto the path. The appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Wright. That was close. That was close. That was close. The heart was in every JDF supporter's mouth. Let's look back at that quickly. Brown. That was close. May have struck him outside leg. Cutting is Brown. The sweeper comes off the boundary. One more run to the total. Brown has moved on to 6. JDF 218 for 7. Unofficial score. Dennis Bulai. He's on 21. He'll be facing up He hit 2 sixes earlier on that last over. Bowled by Man Singh. It's a long off and long on. So let's see what Comrie. Shot. Oh, wide. Signaled. Vampire right. Bulai was ready to pounce on that, to pull on that. Thought he was going to cut. With a short third man, back with a point, sweep on the boundary, cover, and a long off on the offside. Bowling once again. Pulling this time on the leg side. The fielder is there. He darts around to his right. He saves it from going over the boundary ropes. They come back for the second in the meantime. And 2 more runs to the total. Is that Senior? Rewin Senior darting to the right, saving a boundary. Once again, Comrie bowling to Bulai. Cutting, peeling out the outer half of the bat. The sweeper is there. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get to complete the 39th over. No, actually, there's 1 more to be bowled. Goes with the wide. So Comrie again. Bowling to Brian. Backward a point, cover, sweep on the boundary. Long on, long off, mid-wicket. And also a deep mid-wicket. And behind square. Comrie looks on. So they're calling the 12th man for the helmet. Score 222 for 7 though. You're superstitious, you may have to hop. But I'm not. Comrie. Playing the ball down the ground though. It's the inner half of the bat. It goes through to the long on fielder. Was not tied properly. May have just gone through the gate, but it did not. A single to end the over. A signal made to the dressing room from Brian that he needs another bat. Brian will end on 7 in terms of the 39th over. And 38 runs needed from 66 deliveries, 223 for 7, the JDF. McCarthy will be continuing from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Brian. Shot on the next side. Brian, he plays. Stumbles over though, but held his balance. Went through for the single. .224 for 7. Bulai looks all around. McCarthy. Short third man, short fine leg, back with a point. Cover, extra cover. Long off and long on. Flight to delivery. Ball swung high in the air. It goes. It goes. It's gone. Another 6. Brilliantly done. The deep mid-wicket region. Thomas was there settling under. Well, that's a 6 of the batter Bulai. McCarthy once again. Bulai swings high in the air. McCarthy comes around and takes a catch. Bulai goes. Caught and bowled by McCarthy. An 8th wicket to go from the JDF. 230 for 8. We're in the 40th over. Bulai, he goes for 30. And Gordon Bryan is at the non-strikers end. He's on 8. So is this Cottrell coming out? Sheldon Cottrell coming out. He can swing the wheeler though, to be honest. Not the greatest batter. So the bowling has been the last 5 wickets for the JDF. .261. McCarthy will be continuing after taking the wicket of Bulai. Then it's Bulai, experienced campaigner. Want to turn on the leg side, they go through for 1. 1 is all they get. Cottrell, he's off the mark for the first delivery he has faced. Gordon Bryan taps away the crease. McCarthy is bowling to Bryan. Into the pads though. Ball played back down the track. Want him to tickling fine, or more so the square leg region. A dot delivery. On delivery to go to close out this 40th over. 30 runs needed for the JDF. 2 wickets in hand. 2 wickets needed for Melbourne to win. McCarthy. Bryan in the half of the bat though. There's a man a square leg boundary. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. They close out the 40th over. The score stands at 232. 232 for 8. 29 runs needed from 6 deliveries. Cottrell is on 1. Bryan is on 9. 1 from 1 and 9 from 9. Wow. 261 runs for victory.
Thank you, Sean. What a finals we witnessed here at SABINA Park. Nail bite in hand. Parnell 2 for 44. Matthew Comrie 3 for 41. Wicket takers. And of course, Andre McCarthy just picking up the wicket of Dennis Bulai, 1 for 38. So, another 29 runs required from the Army man. But only 2 wickets in hand. Only Tyrone Burton left to bat. Not known for his batting. Gordon Bryan can bat. Sheldon Cottrell can bat. So let's see how the Army men approach this game. thing for sure, though, this game is taking too long. It's getting dark here at SABINA Park. Matthew Comrie seems to be the man who will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. He'll be bowling to Brian. That's Gordon Brian. Getting really dark. But one thing for sure, though, at the end of this evening, we'll certainly have a winner. Gordon Bryan is 9 from 9. Sheldon Cottrell just faced the one delivery and immediately off the mark. So 60 legal deliveries to get 29 runs for the Army man. But Melbourne Kangaroos just need 2 wickets for victory. Talking going all around. The batters, the umpires. You're not seeing the umpires, they are left of screens. You just seen them. Talking, the batters, the umpires, the fielders. So let's see the decision, what the umpires take. Let's see the decision here. Waiting here to see the decision of umpire Chris Taylor and of course Chris Wright. So bails are removed at the non-strikers end. Still waiting, there's some discussion here. So is it that light have been offered to the batters? And the Jamaica Defence Force team is running onto the field, so it seems like there's a victory. The defending champions, the Jamaica Defence Force, retain their title. Hats off to Coach Walcott and his boys. Well-deserved champions, if that's the result. Well, there's some discussion here. Still no decision finalized as yet. There's no decision as yet. But one thing for sure, the JDF players are energized. Seem like they earned a different result from what's happening here. So bad light forced the umpires to call light. So we haven't sure as to what happened as yet. You see the Jamaica Defence Force team celebrating. But on the other hand, the Melbourne Kangaroos, they are not happy. So we are waiting to hear the results of the finals. So 2 umpires, Chris Wright and Chris Taylor. As you see on screen now, they are making their way towards the umpire room. No decision has been made yet, so we're still waiting. So we'll take a look at the batting chart. So in pursuit of 261 for victory, JDF got off to a bad start, losing Gilzine. He went for 6. Marlon Saunders, he went for 14. Captain Kevin Daly made 42 of 100 deliveries. O'Neill Weir didn't trouble the scorers. Dietmar Anderson made 76. Leighton Leslie was run out. He made 31. Harris, unfortunately, was bowled. He made 1. Dennis Bolai played a cameo. He made 30. Gordon Bryan and not out on 9 and Sheldon Cottrell. Let's look at the bowling figures for the Maroons. So there's no decision as to what happened or how the final will be. Parnell 8 overs, 1 min 44 runs, 2 wicket. Thomas 6 overs, no min 30 runs, no wicket. Matthew Comer 6 overs, no min 40 runs, 3 wicket. Andre McCarthy 9 overs, 1 min 38 runs, 1 wicket. Bolty Sadiki Bolt 4 overs, 1 min 26 runs, no wicket. Abijay Mansingh 5 overs, no min 37 runs, no wicket. And Rearing Senior 2 overs, no min 10 runs and 1 wicket of the dangerous Dietmar Anderson. So JDF in pursuit of 261 for victory ended on 232 for 8. Bad light stop play. So the players are still waiting on the decision of the umpires. So we are not sure what is happening from upstairs here. But one thing for sure though, JDF requires JDF finishes on 232 for 8 in pursuit of 261 for victory.